we wouldn't have any problem if some taxes are tailor-made to rope in the people, other businesses outside the tax net. Maybe if some sector have been identified not to be paying tax, and then they made the tailor-made taxes to identify those people outside the tax net. That is not what we're talking about. But then, if the taxes are being made to pay by the few of us who have been paying the taxes all the time, that's what we've been talking about. That's the duties that we pay and others. But if it is outside the tax net, then it's welcome. There are so many other businesses outside the tax net. They do not pay the tax at all. So if those areas have been identified, and then they are also being made to pay some form of taxes, then you do not say that it's an addition to what you are paying if it is not in your domain. And so that's what I'm saying. So if that is the case, then we want government to think outside the box, be innovative, and rope in a lot more people so that it will give us some respite, those of us who normally pay the taxes.
I am expecting a huge capital injection into the agri sector. And the agri sector, because inflation will continue to be inflation. If that component of inflation, which has to do with abundance of food security, we are not able to achieve that. And what it means is that food inflation should be something that our budget should be able to tackle. And so what it means is that if this government is talking about, food security and ensuring the realization of agribusiness and all that, I think that all these investments should be channeled towards ensuring that Ghana is sufficient in terms of food. And I hear the president is going around West Africa, has been to Mali or Niger, and he'll be going to Burkina Faso. I think he'll be going to Mali and the rest. To the best of my understanding, we are getting, onion supplies from Niger. We are getting tomatoes from Burkina Faso. I hear a larger percentage of cocoyam and cocoyam leaves, contumely, is also coming from Togo and Côte d'Ivoire. And for me, this is unfortunate, because how do we rely, on neighboring countries when we have even better land, to cultivate some of these things?
If you look at what the NDC put in its manifesto, it says it's going to remove some taxes. So I think on the fiscal side, many people are expecting that some taxes will be removed. But I think beyond removing taxes, the government has to really fundamentally solve our fiscal situation, come up with a strategy to solve the fiscal situation. It's still the case that, our deficit is too high. That's the excess of our expenditure of our revenue is high. And the revenue envelope is not wide enough. And we need to undertake measures to expand it. But at the same time, the government cannot remove taxes and bring new taxes. I think Ghanaians will not countenance that. So we expect that there will be more measures to broaden the base of the tax, and in particular to improve collection of the taxes that we already have, particularly the VAT. We expect that the government will streamline some of the exemptions that it has been given. So this is something that the finance minister spoke about before. So that is on that side. And there's been some indications that the government will also reduce some of spending. We've already seen that the number of ministers have been reduced, and there's some more expectation that the number of other appointees, especially the aides and other presidential staffers, will also be reduced. I think the reduction in the number of ministers and appointees potentially, I think it probably in the broader scheme of things, it will make a substantial dent in our expenditure. But don't forget, that's not the only thing that the president is doing. And so you mentioned the Independence Day thing. Then you've heard the announcement about, removing or reducing first-class travel. All of those things, I think they are important in terms of bringing some savings. Perhaps, I think their most significant effect will be the leadership and also the leadership and the sense of pain sharing that will bring, because the government is going to ask the people of Ghana to make more sacrifices. And it's important that it shows the way, it leads the way. You can't ask the people of Ghana to tighten their belt when you're losing yours. So outside of whatever savings that it will bring, it also, it just sets the example. It sets the tone where we are headed. So if you're able to do all of these, then it's much easier for you to come to the people of Ghana to say we should make more sacrifices.
If you look at our expenditure basket, there are three main expenditure items that consumes a lot of our revenue: compensation to government employees, interest payments, and then we have grants to other government institutions. Well, that is where we have the District Assembly Common Fund, the Road Fund, and a lot of funds, statutory funds, in accordance with our laws. And so if the government's position is to tie negotiations with wages, with productivity, I think it's a step in the right direction. But we have to look at the matrices to use, because the government employees, more than 600 to 700,000 government employees, we have to look at how best we can measure productivity in the various sectors. How you measure productivity in the agri sector might be different from the services sector or from the industry sector. But at the end of it, we want to see productivity. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and it has to be agreed on with labor and then, other tripartite committees, so that, employees will not always be getting increment in pay at the expense of no productivity or less productivity. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and government should be able to take this step. There are a myriad of issues to look at with this one. If you go to private institutions, you know that we are in for profit. But for government institutions, there are some for profit, and there are some also to provide some public goods to the citizens. With regards to state institutions, there are broader issues to look at. How are even CEOs employed in state institutions? It's just by being affiliated to a political party to gain appointment to be a CEO of a state institution. And so if a state institution CEO is a political appointee, how do you expect that political appointee to demand a lot of productivity for similar people who have entered into that institution by virtue of being affiliated to a political party, not being employed on merit base? So there are broader issues to look at. We have classic, civil servants who have gone through the mill to gain employment into civil service. That one is quite different. But by and large, you also have to look at what we are giving them to produce and in terms of the incentives they need, or what the equipment and the instrument they will need to deliver on their mandate. And
as a Ghanaian youth, I believe that one of the most crucial taxes that must be lifted is the e-levy, because e-levy is something that you don't see the worth of it. It doesn't contribute physically or directly to the improvement of the economy, yet it takes it from us and we don't benefit from it. The second tax I also like to see them abolish is the betting tax. I don't understand why I am playing my own games. If I lose, it's fine, but if I win, you want to make money off my winnings. I think that there's no sense in it.
The toll booths will come back, and if you also look at the economy, the fuel, petrol and diesel is the engine of the economy. When it increases, everything increases. So it's to bring the fuel down so that our business, we are doing Okada. We do Okada for a living. So if the fuel is down, we'll be able to do our work effectively. The customer, when they come to us, we'll charge them down.
So money onto aso emanunko nkola ne nya aduane endi nto onye ward because on the cast or bow bet to us until the man in the inn and cry on to us on my infanko.
Me expect the party say, sa taxes no, because I don't know what can say about 11 taxes be. Eda port nkwa na obi koyi niema na ono nkwa taxes ya be 11 imagine say nipa no koyi niema ne ba ono so say no on fan on tomate mamufuo no enti taxes ne de omo hwe na omo tete so because oman bi kura ni hwe oni resources bia eso ne taxes kura say kuman so creative we developing the mind enti taxes no omo mu hihan no man ntimi empaja say de be ya one no kofa dey obeton so no so bagu mu ama because of wa ba no say dey wagu mu ama no so agum na etimamfo so yetimi eden etimi afford.
What's the need to increase or to add another layer of tax? And that's what we are talking about. But then we wouldn't have any problem if some taxes are tailor-made to rope in the people, other businesses outside the tax net. Maybe if some sector have been identified not to be paying tax, and then they made the tailor-made taxes to identify those people outside the tax net. That is not what we're talking about. But then, if the taxes are being made to pay by the few of us who have been paying the taxes all the time, that's what we've been talking about. That's the duties that we pay and others. But if it is outside the tax net, then it's welcome. There are so many other businesses outside the tax net. They do not pay the tax at all. So if those areas have been identified and then they are also being made to pay some form of taxes, then you do not say that it's an addition to what you are paying if it is not in your domain. And so that's what I'm saying. So if that is the case, then we want government to think outside the box, be innovative, and rope in a lot more people so that it will give us some respite, those of us who normally pay the taxes.
I am expecting a huge capital injection into the agri sector. And the agri sector because inflation will continue to be inflation. If that component of inflation, which has to do with abundance of food security, we are not able to achieve that. And what it means is that food inflation should be something that our budget should be able to tackle. And so what it means is that if this government is talking about, food security and ensuring the realization of agribusiness and all that, I think that all these investments should be channeled towards ensuring that Ghana is sufficient in terms of food. And I hear the president is going around West Africa, has been to Mali or Niger, and will be going to Burkina Faso. I think he'll be going to Mali and the rest. To the best of my understanding, we are getting, onion supplies from Niger. We are getting tomatoes from Burkina Faso. I hear a larger percentage of cocoyam and cocoyam leaves, contumely, is also coming from Togo and Côte d'Ivoire. And for me, this is unfortunate because how do we rely, on neighboring countries when we have even better land, to cultivate some of these things?
If you look at what the NDC put in its manifesto, it says it's going to remove some taxes. So I think on the fiscal side, many people are expecting that some taxes will be removed.
Right, so the Finance Minister, Dr. Cassiel Atuforsen, is expected in the House in some 30 to 1 hour to present the budget for the fiscal year 2025. We are here in Parliament, myself and my colleague Dominic. We are here in Parliament to assess the situation and also get to understand from stakeholders what the expectations for this day has been. So without wasting my time, I quickly want to invite the former flag bearer or the leader of the PNC, Honorable David Apasara. He's here with me. I want to quickly invite him for this conversation. My colleague Dominic is also here. He's going to be joining me shortly. But before I get to Dominic, I have Honorable Dr. Apasara with me over here. So let's find out from him what his expectations are. But before then, there has been some confusion with regards to PNC as to who is the leader of the party as we speak. You remember that in 2024, last year elections, there's been some confusion where Bernard indicated or claimed that he had won the election. There was so much confusion about the PNC party. I'm going to be asking him that, then we zoom into the conversation for today, which is the budget presentation. So quickly, Honorable, so thank you so much. You're live on Metro TV. Before we go into the actual conversation for today's budget presentation, I want you to clarify a few things regarding your party, because there's some confusion as we speak now. Many people don't know who actually is the leader of the PNC as we speak. So, are you still the leader of the party as we speak?
Well, from my point of view, and looking at what pertains with our constitution, I'm the only one who was properly elected as a leader and a flag bearer. And I actually ran on the ticket of the party, and my face was on the ballot paper. And I think I am the leader, because the last election were flawed. Elections that were supposed to be postponed were called on Saturday, and the Saturday the people came in the morning. They were told it was postponed. Then they called the people back around 12, 1. And these were elections that were run at the regional capitals. And so you can imagine that people are far away in their constituencies, and you call them in the afternoon. How do they come? So we have evidence that everything was flawed. We have evidence that everything was flawed. And I don't think I can respect the results of a flawed election. That day I went there, I went to the so-called Collation Center, and I told the Electoral Commission, the representative, I told him that I was going to challenge it and that I don't believe that is right. And that is true. So if you look at it now, we have so-called party leader who never became a flag bearer, and we have his running mate who was never a running mate, because there was no ballot paper. Nobody went through, and so how can you have a running mate when you are not contesting the election? So the whole thing is flawed, and the party is certainly at crossroads. But I am praying that at the appropriate time things will be addressed.
Things will be addressed. Have you taken any legal steps to make sure that these matters are addressed?
Well, we are pursuing that. We are hoping that we will go through a process where there must be some proper handling of the situation so that we can rerun the elections. Yes.
But as we speak now, the PNC doesn't look formidable as it were. The confusion has actually separated so many people from the party. And a clear example is your former General Secretary, Janet Nabla, who actually left the party to go and form her own party, the PNP, who she is now the leader and the flag bearer. I mean, these are clear confusions.
Well, you know, in the issue of this thing, there was, now I am getting to understand that it was a whole kind of ganging up with so many human beings involved. The attitude was to destabilize me, but it finally destabilized the party and they themselves. If you look at it, forming PNP, as we contested that, and we said it's not proper, because PNC comes from PNP, and from 1992, that had been the message we have been preaching. We don't expect anybody to come and take the same Liman's name and go and form another party. That will be deception of the electorate. That will be the deception of the electorate. But that notwithstanding, if we had gone through a properly organized election, we would have had a proper leadership. And I think that with a proper leadership, our party is poised to rise. People are looking for people who have track records, not people who have just empty grandstanding and making noise. If you are a politician, you must show yourself a politician. You should be able to rise from the grassroots. If you look at it today, John Mahama started from even assemblyman to parliamentary election to parliament and then to presidency. That has been the thing. Nana Akufo-Addo, that has been the thing. You must have a track record. And that is how people will judge you. It's not making noise in there and saying, I am so and so. If you don't give somebody power, and you don't give him money, you will never know his true color. That is the issue about politics.
Thank you so much. But now let's get into the actual conversation for today, which has to do with the budget presentation, and that is where I also invite my colleague Dominic Ansapra to join us for this conversation. Honorable Apasara, so the Finance Minister is expected today to be in the House to present the budget statement for the fiscal year 2025. This is going to be his maiden budget presentation. He used to be the deputy former finance minister. Now he is the substantive. We are in a resetting mode. According to the NDC, they are poised to reset this country, claiming that the previous administration had actually caused so much mess to the country. For you, Honorable David Apasara, what is your expectation from the finance minister today?
Well, as citizen of Ghana, my expectations, I know, is just everybody's expectation. We are hoping to have a budget that is going to look at, we are getting to the season for farming, that is going to look at agriculture and how we are going to improve it, how we're going to make sure we have sufficient in food. And so the budget has to spell out the facilities that will be there to help farmers and even to draw more into the farming business. So at the end of the day, we have enough food. And then we should also be looking at a budget that's going to propel some investment, attract investment, because we have so many people who are young men, able men, they need jobs. They need jobs, and if you look at it now, we are full of malls all over, and the malls are bringing production goods from outside, and then we don't have that here. And once they are coming from outside and we don't have, how do we employ our youth? So we want investors. The minister may have to bring about or spell out the policies that will invite investors so that we will have real production here. We will have factories here, and then that will be a source of employment. And maybe other areas, the minister may spell out how our youth, strong, able, will be absorbed to do work. We also hope that at least they will be looking at the inflation. You know, when things are too exorbitant, you will find it difficult to live. And so there must be a balance between whatever you are doing. And then the mind will be to at least lower inflation. And then that will be a very good budget that we are expecting to hear from.
Honorable, hold on. Let me get to my colleague, Dominic. Dominic, so you heard what the Honorable Apasara is saying. His expectation is that the agri sector in particular needs some boosting, needs some more investment to expand the economy. For you, what is that particular thing that for you believe that the finance minister, when he comes to the house today and talk about, you'll be very, very happy about?
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. So my concern also has to do with agribusiness and then fuel in the agricultural sector. We know that during President Mahama's campaign trail, he made some comments. I should call it prophecy into, producing what we wear what we produce and also, eat what we grow. And then quite remember State of Nation address in Parliament, he reiterated that we are supposed to do so. I quite remember we having a discussion with, I think the CEO for African Agribusiness Consortium, Mrs. Adelaide Sianwe Japan. She also, commended the president for towing that line. Now, I'm not surprised, Honorable, is really giving us a picture of that the finance minister is supposed to capture that. Possibly we'll look at funding aspect and farmers who have also gone into, a ditch of hardship, and collecting something from government agencies or institutions to also fuel their farming activities. That has also been a core, projection from the Ghanaian people. Now, my thing also has to do with taxes so far and how we're supposed to cut some unnecessary taxes. Ghanaians call it that way. And I would like to channel the mic to Honorable for him to, walk us into that aspect, of our lives as Ghanaians or the economy. How we're supposed to treat the taxes and what are we looking forward to see the finance minister, talk about that.
Well, certainly, as you see it, a lot of taxes are there. And even now we have e-levy and so on. But you see, I know that some of these taxes are too exorbitant. If you look at fuel, if you look at the hikes in the fuel prices, we are now even selling at a higher price than those in Burkina Faso. Yeah, and that is surprising that we are at the coast, and the cost of fuel in our country seems to be higher than those who are in landlocked areas. It's all the taxes on them. And we are hoping that the government will be working towards reducing tax. It is difficult to all of a sudden just say you are taking off everything, because government relies on the tax to also run the economy. So you may not say take all out, but we may be saying that try and then come down on the taxes. Some of the taxes must be taken off to give us at least a respite. And we hope that he will be working towards that.
Right, Jeff. So let me turn to my colleague quickly. Jeff, education has been one dire concern of the Ghanaian people regarding the free SHS policy that really came as a surprise, but at the same time, it stayed and it worked for some people. There have been concerns of review and all that. We are looking forward to the finance minister, projecting some allocated funds into that sector to see how possible best we can rekindle the free SHS policy. If you can pan it to Honorable for us to know, what is he thinking about in his jurisdiction as a leader of a party? What does he think about regarding the free SHS policy, and what is he also looking at? What is expectations regarding that so far?
All right, so Honorable, like you rightly heard it, we know that the government led by John Dramani Mahama is saying that, listen, the free SHS is going to be maintained. He is going to make sure that a lot of work is done to it, to make it accommodatable, to make it attractive for the Ghanaian students. For you, what are some of the inputs? What are some of the review process do you want government to put into this free SHS to make it attractive?
Well, I think that free HS senior secondary school education is very, 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 very timely and very necessary, looking at the generality of the society. And if you look at it, when I was an MP, in fact, all my common fund went to promoting, enhancing people the opportunity to enter the senior secondary. So I paid a whole lot of fees for them. And I think that President Mahama is on the right track if he's to maintain the free senior secondary school education. It should be free, but we are hoping that there must be some more work in that area so that we will have an expansion in the facilities. Right now, it is they are on holidays, they are out, they are on holidays, you can't even track it. And that is because we don't have enough facilities to absorb. But looking at our this thing, what informed that, we are supposed to have everybody going through education to a certain level. So we should be looking at expanding facilities in already existing schools where a whole lot of the people can be absorbed. And then this going on holiday, coming back will be regularized such that everybody knows that children are in school this time, children are out of school this time. But for now, I think there is the problem of lack of facilities. So we expect that as he maintains it, he works towards improving the facilities in the existing schools.
All right, thank you, Honorable. I think we'll have to leave it here for now. We thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. Thank you so much. So that's Honorable David Apasara. He still believes that he is the flag bearer and the leader of the PNC. He has been speaking to us about a number of issues from agriculture to education, and he is believing that the president saying that the government will have to expand the infrastructure to accommodate individuals or wards is the right way to go in the way of reviewing the free SHS. So we look forward to the finance minister coming into the chamber, some 1 hour to come to tell us what exactly the plan for government is. But I still have my colleague over here, Dominic Ansapra, is still here with me. So Dominic, you've heard Honorable Apasara, what he's been saying, talking about agriculture, how investment will have to be made into this particular sector because food is one thing that is causing the country a lot. So when we talk about agriculture, it's one thing that the government must critically look at. He also talked about education, talking about the infrastructure development, where we make sure that a lot more are accommodated at a go, just to do away with the shift system, which is actually a problem. For you, Dominic, which other sector? We know we have issues of galamsey.
All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. We're just in Parliament House, and those are my colleagues there, Echo, and what's the other guy's name? Just forgot his name. Jeff, yes, also giving us updates and bringing us to speed as to what's happening in the August House. So we're here to actually listen to the Finance Minister as he briefs the nation on the budget that we hear from the Finance Minister that is supposed to move the economy from one point to the other, or actually resuscitate the economy. And that will be a budget that we will all be expectant of what the details of this budget will be carrying or containing. Two main questions. One has been what or where is government going to get the finance or resources to finance policies that government has introduced as it starts its governance. And then the second one is if government decides to remove taxes that it says going to be removing. We've heard about e-levy, we've heard about the COVID tax or the COVID levy. We've also heard, I'm not sure if the betting tax will go off, but I think that's one of the points where governments during elections and campaigns actually campaigned on. So we're hearing and expecting that these three taxes will go off. But if should that go off, definitely there will be some revenue gap. How is government going to fill in these revenue gaps that the tax removal is certainly or somehow going to create? Well, we're doing this definitely. I'm with my colleague Akwese Friye. Haven't seen him in a while. Have I seen you this year?
I'm not too sure. This year I'm not too sure.
I think in a flash.
Maybe, yeah.
You were rushing, I was also rushing.
Yeah.
It's been a rushing.
It's been
a rushing meeting. Anyway, You're welcome, Ekwesi.
Thank you very much.
So what you have been handling business activities of the country and with those involved, engage all stakeholders. What do you think? How is the euphoria looking like to you?
Well, I think it's exciting, and I'm sure that by now we have camera people outside in certain places. I'm expecting cameras to be at places like Abosi-Okai, or where we have a lot of the youth and young people. You rightly said that there's high expectation or anticipation that the e-levy will be cut. When it does, I'm expecting, as it happened somewhere March 2017, where you had people jubilating at Abosi-Okai, people jubilating at Kumasi Magazine, and so on and so forth, about some taxes which had been tagged as nuisance taxes. I'm expecting same to happen in some parts of the country. And so when it is announced finally that the e-levy is cut, betting tax especially, the gaming centers, I'm expecting young people to be jubilating there. COVID levy, I've spoken to, and I'm happy Prof is here. When he takes over, Prof will be able to give us proper detailing. I've spoken to some people who think that betting levy should not necessarily be touched because of how much it is raking into the economy. It is not that much. It is not. However, it is kind of a punitive tax to reduce the number of youth that are getting engaged in all of these. I'm sure Prof can speak more to that one. I'm expecting a lot more talk about the agri sector, especially cocoa as well. We've all seen how the talk about the debt levels at the Ghana Cocoa Board, the president himself has said it, the management of Ghana Cocoa Board, and so on and so forth. Exchange rate has been quite stable for some time. Just yesterday or 2 days ago, we saw a very marginal rise. However, in the last 2 months, it's been very, very fairly stable, and business people are expecting that what the Minister of Finance will be putting out will make it more stable, so that in the first quarter of the year, second quarter, businesses will be able to thrive. You remember that the campaign, both for the NPP and NDC, had dwelt upon the fact that a conducive environment will be provided for the private sector to thrive, first of all, to make profits, and secondly, and most importantly, be able to create jobs. So I'm looking at that as well. Agenda 111. I'm more expecting how, and you rightly again speak about revenue mobilization. If these taxes are cut, how revenue mobilization would go so that government is able to fund some of these huge infrastructural projects, and then issues around the energy sector. So, I mean, whilst we go on each of these points that we are raising, we'll be able to talk into the details of it.
You know, you mentioned Agenda 111. You know, the minister has been doing the tour of the projects.
Honorable Akando.
Right. Yesterday, I think he did Central Region. Was it Central or Western? Western Region, Hunter West, rather. Yes. And, you know, after that tour, he indicated that we need about $9 million. You know, we have said that we have spent about $400 million.
So the total amount initially was about $1.79 billion for the entire project.
1.79 billion.
Billion, yes. Okay. And from the reports that are coming, about $400 million have been expended already. Now, the president's concern, or the current government's concern, is that you could have prioritized some peculiar hospitals in certain areas that need health facilities urgently, and not spread it across.
Not to cut you, but maybe if the producers are watching, they can help us get. Yesterday we had the opportunity rare opportunity to actually have an interaction with the former health minister.
Oh wow, Honorable Okoboy. Oh, that was a good one. I think I saw snippets.
Yes, and he responded to it directly, saying some things. I think we would like to play and just to refresh viewers' mind on what exactly he said. But he sought to, I won't say downplay because that would be unfair to him, but he sought to explain why you are thinking that, why did you spread all the money or this money thinly across all the projects? And you're thinking this project might be more of a priority than the other. But with all SWOT analysis that was conducted, all the policies all the projects that was embarked or were embarked on, all of them were priorities.
So somebody would say that, why should, say, Swami constituency get Agenda 111 finished, completed, operating, and people getting health services, whereas maybe Fadimam pointing where I come from, or Savelugu, or Nanton, or Boli, or Tumu. If you have gone to Tumu before, you would see how deprived the area is, roads and everything, and we can put up agenda 111 there, and we are doing for some, and we haven't done for Tumu. So maybe we should do it all across board. But what the NDC is also saying is that, no, okay, leave Swami. Swami is a metropolitan area. Comfortnoche is close to Swami. There are other hospitals close to Swami. So go to Tumu and go and do it there. So, I mean, it's policy directions, policy initiatives. And I'm sure Prof will be able to speak to this one well. And Prof, if you remember, there's been the discussion also about the management of the banking crisis, how it would have gone. Again, it comes to the policy direction and initiative of whichever government is in power. Some people think that you could have saved the jobs, saved the banks, and ask the heads or the management of these banks. Don't consolidate them and get people out of jobs and so on and so forth. But the government at the time, governor at the time, felt that this is the best way to go, based on this and that and that. But some of these, we are only lay people. I mean, we bring it to the fore.
Moderate.
Right.
Prof. Patrick Esuming is here, and he's an economist lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, and he's joined us here in the studio. Prof, you've been here for a while. Thank you for the patience. Have you had some hot tea? Because we need to sip some hot tea. Since you're not a Muslim, please get Prof some hot tea as we wait for the
Finance Minister.
Yes, his microphone is on, please, so you have to check your sound. Yes, as we wait for the Finance Minister to do. Okay, Prof, can you just bend the microphone a little bit? Bend it down, yes. Okay, so you can say hello to us and let's test if it's okay. Okay.
Great.
All right, thank you. All right, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yesterday, I had quite a lengthy chat with you, but now that you're in the studio, you can tell us more. I think we've done a chit-chat of what our expectations are, but from your angle as an expert and as an economist, do you think that our expectations are on the right track?
Well, I think the expectations are high, especially almost everybody is expecting that the taxes will be removed. And it's not the expectation that came from space. It's because of what has been promised and the discussions that have been had. And I think it's legitimate. There had been too many taxes since 2022. And I think people have every legitimate right to expect that some of the taxes will be removed. I cannot wait to see the back of e-levy. I think from the day the discussion started.
You can't wait to see the
back of the e-levy.
Yeah, yesterday you mentioned that.
Absolutely.
You've never been in support of that policy.
Yes, I absolutely cannot wait to see the back of e-levy because, it's a strange tax to impose. I think to impose a tax on a method of payment, essentially you are trying to discriminate against one mode of payment, which is quite strange and totally unacceptable. I think Ghanaians have every right to expect that the e-levy will go. And in regard to the COVID-19 levy, we also spoke about it yesterday. I think now, in some sense, the way that particular tax was couched, the COVID-19 levy, is part of the issues that led to its unpopularity. I think the level of agitation against it was not as high when the COVID was still around and its effect was still visible. But at this point where COVID-19 is no longer a global pandemic and all the issues have been rolled back, I think to keep on that tax with that label is something that many people find unacceptable. With regard to the betting tax, I think I've said this before that makes me very unpopular with young people. But I don't think that if I were the finance minister, I would not remove the betting tax. It doesn't fetch us much.
Betting tax has been one of the most controversial taxes, and even within the NDC that says it's going to take it off, it created a problem because some of their communicators will come on air and based on some seemingly moral standing, they will speak against it that left for them alone, that tax should be left because you don't want to encourage the youth to engage in certain practices which we all deem it a little. But people also think that, well, that's a bit of some relief for the youth in terms of the games they love so much. So let them benefit from the game.
Well, I think it's a complex argument.
Yes.
I belong to the school of thought that are worried about the rate at which betting is taking hold of young people. I think something has to be done. Yes, it's good for them to enjoy the game, but it is also very addictive. And in other places, even people who have been earning high incomes, we've seen footballers get addicted and run into trouble. And I think the whole idea of, get rich quick, I don't think that's the mentality that we want. Our
the orientation of the youth currently. Everybody wants to own a Mercedes-Benz, own their house immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work like that. I think you have to go through the mill. You have to work hard, and things will come your way. So I am. That's what my starting point with the betting tax. Now, I think during the vetting, the finance minister, it came up, and the finance minister made an interesting point. He said that, well, betting is addictive. If it's addictive and what you want to do is to curb it, the way to do it is not to tax it. Because when people are addicted, it is not the tax that will deter them, but it's just to get rid of the activity.
And we have cigarette tax, we have taxes on things that are addictive, in a bid to deter them. So I don't know what your point is on that, whether you agree with the finance minister or you do not. And then maybe I'll add this question to what Annie had asked. The political will, I see a bit of a difficulty on the part of the minister in cutting the betting tax entirely, or whether they would allow it to roll. Looking at the bracket of people that are within the betting fold.
So generally, with things that are addictive, people are not too sensitive to the price. In technical economics, they will say it's price inelastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, so when cigarettes are taxed, the idea is not necessarily to prevent people who are addicted, but to generate enough to help deal with the consequence.
Yes.
I think that's the point where the
minister
comes from.
Right.
So if the finance minister came to say, well, we are abolishing the tax, but we are also concerned about the rate at which betting is spreading among the youth, and therefore we are going to put in other measures to reduce its attractiveness, then that would be fine with me. But I think one of the issues, the broader issue, is tax is not only for purposes of revenue. Tax policy is used to achieve other purposes. It's used to build up, support certain industries. It's used to discourage certain undesirable behavior. It's used to shape behavior in different ways. And of course, revenue is there. So I think when all our tax policies about revenue, it becomes problematic. And I think that's why we have to have a broader discussion about what we want to achieve. So we have a minister specifically responsible for youth development. It will be interesting to see what is the holistic strategy to support and to help the youth. And within that, we want to, if it comes, I want to see a clear strategy to try and discourage the youth from, the extent to which people are engaging in betting.
You mean the Minister for Youth? Or the finance? A clear strategy to deter the youth from betting?
Yes, as part of the strategy, overall youth development strategy. Don't forget, the youth was a big part of the electioneering campaign. The NDC, for the first time, as far as I know, actually launched a youth manifesto. And all this discussion show you how much attention, and to appoint a minister specifically for youth development, it tells you how much attention is being given to the youth. So I think, whatever the finance minister will do with the betting tax, I think it should begin to be a source of concern. And we shouldn't only look to tap into the tax potential. In any case, it's not giving us much. I think
about 156 million for the betting tax in the whole year.
That's really not giving us much.
Is that not significant?
Insignificant. I mean,
it's really small.
So this is what I'm thinking with betting. It's not really a national policy. It's just football companies that we've allowed into the country that are also giving some space for football lovers to make money, which by our Ghanaian standards, we see this way of making money as get money quick, and it's not what we want our youth to be attracted to. So it's just something somewhere that people are making money, and government thinks, okay, if you're making money, then pay taxes on that.
So
for us to even want to remove the practice of betting itself, then it means that we need to generate some more resourceful arenas or areas or programs that when the youth gets involved, we are not going to be worried about it. That, we don't want you to get used to betting because it's not a good thing. It's just like gambling. But the nation itself too is involved in lotteries. What's the difference between lottery and betting? Is it not all betting?
I've heard that question before. I think, fundamentally they all look like gambling.
Yes.
But I think betting has taken it to a slightly different level. It's now on the fingertips. Some people will say, well, there are some lottery that are like that. But there's an investment of emotion in the way that if you take a regular lottery, that you don't have that emotion. It is attached to a very important and emotive sport. That's what is happening. So I think back to your broader point, we can decide that, okay, there are people who are making money out of, companies have set up, many of them, and they are making a lot of
profit. I'm so sorry. Let me put something across. I don't know if I should laugh or I should cry. But, my brother, the microphones in Parliament are not working, except for the speaker's own.
Oh. So how will the minister be able to do his presentation?
So sitting has been suspended. Yeah.
As we speak, sitting...
Yes, you see that they are standing there helpless and hopeless.
So when? Have they given a time or a day? Is it going to happen today and then?
Yes. So they're getting a receiver. I'm sure to review what the problem was, to do troubleshoot, just to figure out what the situation really is. So that's what we're seeing, our people do in the House or our members of Parliament.
Derek, let me tell you that as it stands now, has been suspended, Derek, because the microphones are not working. The microphones that the MPs have to speak to into the speakers are currently not working. So the speaker had no other option than to suspend sitting to allow for the problem to be resolved. So it's been almost about 5 minutes now since the issue was actually the speaker's attention was drawn to the issue. So the MPs, as you can see, they are actually in the chamber, but no business is currently ongoing because the microphones are not working. That of the speaker is actually working, but the rest are not working. So that's the situation right now. It has poor situation. The proceedings over here. The speaker has just left his seat just to make way for the problem to be solved. But let me quickly interact with a stalwart of the NDC, the National Communications Manager for the NDC, in the person of Sammy Jenfi. He is sitting right here in the gallery, observing proceedings, expecting the Finance Minister to come to the chamber to address the public about what this 2025 fiscal year budget is going to look like. So he is sitting down here patiently with some other members. Let me quickly get him to tell us what things are going to be expecting. Thank you so much. You're live on Metro TV. Very soon we'll be expecting the Finance Minister to address the nation about what the 2025 budget statement is going to be looking like. Many people are calling for tax cuts, which the government have already promised even before the elections. So what exactly is the picture going to be like?
Well, it's going to be a picture of hope, because the government is going to keep faith with its social contract with the people of Ghana. The promises we made to the Ghanaian people in our 120-day social contract and in our 2024 manifesto as a whole are policies that we intend to implement starting from today. And I'm sure that by the time the Finance Minister is there, you will agree with me that indeed all politicians are not the same. There are those who lie their way into office just for the purposes of experience and power and the largesse that comes with it. But there are others like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama who are alive to their responsibilities and their social contract with the people. Men of honor, men of integrity, men who care about the people of Ghana. And that is the kind of president we have today. That's the kind of finance minister we have today. And so this budget, which will be presented to the August House of Parliament and by extension the nation in the next couple of minutes, is going to do just that. It is going to scrap a lot of draconian taxes and ease the suffering we are experiencing as a people. It is going to create dignifying, sustainable jobs for the teeming unemployed youth of Ghana. And it is going to undertake the necessary fundamental reforms that we in the NDC promise the people of Ghana for economic revitalization and prosperity for all. And so I'm very hopeful about this budget. I'm excited, and I know that many Ghanaians will find joy and hope in this budget, because indeed, change has come.
Mr. Sabijefi, what do you make of assertions, particularly from the side of the NPP, that the NDC, the government seeks to, take away these taxes by introducing, because these taxes are known to the people, they are popular taxes that the people know, but the government is trying to play tax.
We don't have to speculate at all. In the next couple of hours, we will know the details of the budget. But I can assure you that the NDC Mahama government is a government of sincerity. We are not going to give one thing to Ghanaians with the right hand and take it back with the left, like they did. The NPP did when they were in opposition. Every government will have to impose taxes, but in this particular budget, I can tell you that there will not be any budget that will impose hardships on Ghanaians. Not in the
All right, so that's Jeffrey with Sammy Jenfi there in Parliament. Obviously, they're all geared up to hear the Finance Minister do the delivery of the budgets. We have Mr. Sabote also joining us. How was your celebration in school the other time?
Celebration. We climaxed it last week, and it was fantastic.
Nice. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right. So Mr. Daniel Sabote is also an economist, and he is also a lecturer at Accra Technical University. All right. So, because you were on some questions before Jeffrey came through to give us some updates of what's happening. And you, as you heard him, it was a confirmation of indeed microphones being off, except for that of the speaker. And so, well, the day's activities in plenary cannot happen until that those microphone problems are fixed.
I think Prof was on the point of, I mean, I was taking it as education on the fact that taxes are not necessarily to mobilize revenue only, but also sometimes to support certain peculiar or specific sectors of the economy, sometimes as a deterrent to some behavior, to control measures and to shape behavior also. Prof, that's
I am
point
so sorry. You know, Jeffrey Kansi has also been online since about some 20 minutes ago. Yes, Mr. Kansi has been online for some time. Mr. Kansi, can you hear me? Good morning. Hello, Geoffrey Okanse. Hello, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think for a moment we were carried away by the microphones that were off in Parliament. And so we forgot you're online. I'm so sorry. Geoffrey Okanse is a tax analyst, and he's also joined us. Yeah, so you're welcome, sir. And I hope you hear us in the discussion that we're having. But maybe because he's been online for a while and we're dealing with taxes, you go to him. Yes, maybe you should engage him, and then we'll come back into the.
So let's ask you, Geoffrey. Thank you for joining us. Let's ask you whether.
Let me quickly add something small to what Prof was saying.
Right. That's right.
Taxes. My interest is a little bit around the area where he just spoke about. When he spoke about taxes also being used to check human behavior, especially something like the excise taxes that was passed. I was very instrumental in pushing for the excise taxes, and I got the platform too at Metro a few times to speak about that, and so allowing you for the passage of the excise taxes. For example, those ones were also to check consumption of this same products like tobacco, alcohol, and sugar sweetened beverages. You know, people contract NCDs from these from consuming these products. So like Prof Riley said, you put the taxes there to actually check consumption and also back something in the case of revenue. You also get some money also to regulate. As we speak, you are talking about tobacco and its effects on the people, but then there's also illicit trade in tobacco. So again, you need some finances to regulate the operations of persons who are trading in tobacco as well. You know, talking about illicit tobacco influx. So again, like Prof was saying, it's not only about bagging the revenue, but also to the betting angle, where you were talking about the betting taxes. Let me add to what Prof said again. Apart from addiction, actually has mental health repercussions. Persons who go and bet, you know, when you lose a football match, the way you feel, just the normal one, just supporting Kotoko or Hearts of Oak or then Arsenal or Manchester United, that emotional distress, it gets doubled when your money is also in addition. And so there's a mental health implication. And then when these people are gamblers, majority of the people you arrest from crime will tell you they only stole this money to go and bet or also to do some of this nefarious activity. So actually, to bag some monies from taxing these betting activities, we will also make sure that you have some money to monitor and regulate the system, as well as to also provide some mental health care for those who would actually be distressed from partaking in this gambling activities. My brother, I just recently, a few months ago, I got to hear about the Avita or what?
Avita, yes.
Somebody can lose 30,000. I mean, I was.
I actually downloaded Avita myself.
You did?
I did.
You have a big heart.
I did. No,
my brother, I was just.
I think that's peer pressure. I think I was under the influence of my peers about how Avita is, and I see Lai here. Lai is on Avita. I see some of my people here in the studio who
with the greatest of respect
to get on Avita.
I'm glad and happy. You could even accept and say the truth about it. Look at you. I mean, you know the danger, but then how you were even lured into it. And imagine a 15-year, 17 or a 20-year-old. I mean, who actually is dependent on a parent. The little that is given, some of them telling us that they use their school fees and their study fees to do that one, hoping that they will win and go and pay back. So when the stress comes in after they have used that money to do that one, the next thing is to try and find a way at all costs to get the money and go and put it there before daddy or mommy finds out that he has used that money for that thing. And that might be stealing the money or joining any nefarious activity to get it up. So I think on the other side, the betting tax, some of us I mean, we have our stance that if we could leave it there and then come and handle these mental health issues that come with it, it's fine. With the COVID levy, I stated earlier on, but I think it's too late to still push, but I was pushing that government should relook at it, maybe rename it and repurpose it. In your discussions, I've heard some of you on the studio talking about the need to complete the Agenda 111 that, were outstanding. But before even that, remember that as far back as 2017, there are some outstanding hospitals that have not been completed. They were about 80% complete. For example, you remember even the UGMC was sitting there until COVID. That was when a misfortune became a blessing. That we had to go and quickly complete some of the few things that were outstanding to use the UGMC. So there are other ones again that were completed about 90% through in the bushes over there that we need to quickly get some money. When we repurpose and actually rename the COVID levy, we could have used the monies to, one, handle the issue of the free dialysis we promised, that is outstanding. Two, to complete those from 2017 that are outstanding, and then use some of the money to complete a few of the Agenda 111 that we can complete. But just that when we rename them and repurpose them, we have to give it a timeline so that it doesn't become a nuisance tax. So we can give it a short-term 2-year or 3-year, right. And after the 3-year period, we can rediscuss whether we still want it to be there. That said, I think this discussion today, this morning, as we are expecting the cutting away of these 3 taxes as the government promised. And I've stated for you again on the issue of e-levy, they were expecting 6.4 billion in the initial stages. We told them you cannot achieve that. We were not doing
the initial actually was 11 billion. I don't know if Prof you have that data, but the initial when the IMF issues and e-levy issues had come up and they started the program, they had expected 11 billion. Then they revised now to the 6 billion.
Yeah. So we told them we were not going to hit that target. As humble as we were talking to them at the table, they did not listen. And then they went ahead with it. We told them, look, we were talking about taxing these financial institutions, business institutions that had the muscle, like Alibaba.com, Tonaton, Amazon. Tax those ones because they were making money even from outside of our country. Get them to pay some taxes to us, Uber and the rest. Instead, they rather cut it across board, and it affected all persons, even including, as Prof says there, Prof decides to send something small to his auntie or his cousin just to buy medicine, 300 cities, and they'll be taxing something out of that one too. As Prof said, it looks more of a double taxation. When Prof has been deducted some taxes from his salary already, he tries to push something down to the old lady. The old lady is also taxed. The old lady also says, oh, I have a niece, I want to transfer the money. And that becomes a problem. That was what we were talking about, and they didn't listen. What was the repercussions? People left the platform. A lot of people decided to go back to their old ways of doing things. Instead of maybe sending the e-levy from Tema to somebody at Makola, they now decided to join the vehicle and go and take the money and present it to the woman who supplied them the charcoal, because at the end of the day, it will be lesser at 20 cities. So these were the regressive nature of it, and we're telling them they didn't listen. But ironically, what really, really surprised some of us is that Kenya, who were ahead of us using M-Pesa, suffered the same thing when they tried a similar thing. And so we're telling them there was something to look on. Listen to us. Somebody has done it ahead of you, and the repercussions were there for you to look at. But again, they didn't listen. Now, today, God being so good, both political parties put it in their manifestos because of the good works of Prof and my senior colleague there as well. We all came on board. We're advocating today the need to remove it here. I'm hoping that while they remove it, the worry is that there will be a gap. Tell you what, that gap can easily be filled in with the reintroduction of the road tolls and a proper way of reintroduction for the road tolls. Do not put it at only a few points where maybe the richest will not even go and use those ones, and then progressively the middle class and the low class will be using those toll booths at the ones at Kasoa, Weja, and then the ones that are Tema. If you do it across board and rather put it at the DVLA points, when everybody else is going to renew their roadworthy, they pay a little something. And that is where you can even, exactly. And that's where you can even make it more progressive by even
and innovative.
Back the luxury.
I mean, you don't need to be paying tolls and still joining traffics, especially traffic mounts more, especially where you are paying the tolls.
You're such a wonderful person giving me this point. There are 3 points you can be doing with this one. You remove the traffics, which also has some economic implications on doing business. And then you also reduce corruption. Who was there checking the ticketing? Look, when you go to our brothers and sisters' land in Kenya, when you are going to their park, the national park, to watch the animals over there, If you have $1 billion, you are not going to that park. You need to use M-Pesa, like we say Momo over here. So at the end of the day, the electronic system makes it very, very lesson for corruption to go on. At the end of the day, you can count the number of heads that entered that park and then total number of cash that you were expecting. Right. So if you introduce the DVLA point, you introduce the road tolls, one of the things you can do is to reduce corruption, also make it flexible, and also remove the stress of traffic from our road, and also that you get all the vehicles in this country paying, and then make it more progressive by introducing the luxury for the most expensive vehicles, the Maybachs, the Bentleys, the Rolls Royce. Those people, you discuss with them, they are in the league. That's why we have the economic dialogue. And
you want them to continue being taxed?
Yes, yes. You need to, the luxury vehicle, all over the world.
Somebody wants to use a Benz.
The rich pay more.
Somebody wants to use a Benz, but the person, for example, forgive me for, indulge me. There is a professor in the university who feels that I am old enough, I've taught enough, I want to buy a Benz, but I'm not a luxurious person, and you're telling me that I should pay that luxury tax on that car I'm buying. And it's even a second-hand car I'm buying from the US.
I'm so excited you use Prof or the lecturer at the university. You see, the lecturer's Benz is going to buy won't be a Maybach. I'm not limiting them. But you see, even in the Benz, there are classes, there are stages. You have the C class, the normal compressors, and then even the old versions, maybe the home use ones. You can have all these ones that are moderate. But I'm talking about you are buying a Benz Maybach. You know, and so if you are buying a Maybach and you are buying a Rolls Royce and you are buying a Bentley, I bet to tell you nobody has a Bentley who's a poor person. Not even a middle income earner can go and afford a Maybach. We are talking about servicing, and the servicing alone is about buying another vehicle. The servicing for a Maybach in a year can buy another vehicle for myself and my dear sister sitting there for us to have our cool,
Geoffrey, we'll come back to you on that. We'll come back to you on that very point. But I don't know. I personally think that it will be difficult for the minister to cut, for example, some of the things we are talking about, the major taxes, cut e-levy, cut COVID, cut betting at the same time. I am suspecting, and in my personal estimation, I'm expecting that he will cut the e-levy, he would leave out COVID, maybe for this year, and then cut betting, reintroduce the road tolls in a more innovative, better way.
I can confidently, with some engagements I've personally had, I think road tolls will take a different twist. It will be reintroduced, of course. They've given the indications, but it will take a different turn, like you said, a more improved version of it, where you probably have to pay a cap, and then maybe in a day you can use the highways no matter the number of times, as many times as you want. What I don't know is whether or not you'll be paying according to the luxurious car you're using. I think that should be considered. Because I cannot be driving a Lantra and paying the same toll with someone driving a Maybach.
As Geoffrey said.
I'm sorry, those who are driving Maybachs. Okay, so basically that one we're sure that will come in. So that will be some revenue to support the gap that will be created, likely to be created. I'm not sure of what your expectations really is situated, why your expectations situated where they are in terms of leaving the COVID tax.
We have discussed the reason why I'm saying this, and I'm sure Prof and Doc will be able to speak to it properly, is your introduction. What we have all spoken about, how to mobilize revenue to replace what e-levy, COVID levy, betting tax, and all of these quote-unquote nuisance taxes are doing now. Even if they are being abused, even if they are being misapplied, they are still for certain line items in the economy. So without the misapplication, without the abuse, if you take them off now, and you want to now apply them to the line items that they are supposed to take care of in the budget, how are you going to replace all of these? So I am expecting or suspecting that yes, e-levy will go, betting tax will go, maybe COVID will stay. But just before we throw that back to you, Prof, Michael Kofi Odro is a sports journalist here at Metro, and he wanted to comment on the betting tax. So, and he kindly indulge me 1 minute, let me read this. He says, betting may be similar to lottery, but the youth interest and participation in sports betting outweighs lottery by far. Today, there are a number of Ghanaian youth who have taken to betting as a full-time job. You can't say the same for lottery. There are people who wake up take their bath and move straight to the betting shop and are staking regularly. Some people who have jobs and businesses have lost their capitals and rendered hopeless, or they have been rendered hopeless through sports betting. There is a new form of betting introduced by the betting platforms known as Aviator, and that's what Geoffrey spoke about. It is emotionally and mentally killing a lot of our youth. Its people are losing their capitals, fees, etc. And that one is so quick. People make losses within a very short time. So 2 points on the same betting tax.
Yeah, just to remind, and this is, I'm so happy this came from a sports journalist here, Michael Kofi Odro. Thank you so much, because this is coming from somebody who is in the sports sector and is the best person to tell us whether it's good or it's bad. But sometimes I blame you, the economists, Mr. Sabute and Mrs. Asumini. You know, what we are concerned about is how is government making money? That's the underlying factor. What do we want to do to make money? That's all. But you, the economist, sometimes you don't also come in with the adjoining consequences and effects. Because as an economist, you project. Yeah. You have to be able to project in the next 2 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, what will Ghana look like? And if you're not, an economist and you're not able to project that way, then I don't know what economists do. But you always project. And with budgets that we read, we always go through projections. But your projections must align with the current situation of the people you are using to project. And the people we're using to project today are the youth. Yeah. So look, young girls who are dating some of these young guys, if you ask them, they will tell you, when they are with their boyfriends and they're on their phones, they're thinking, he's cheating on me. They are not. You just look on the side and try to. I'm telling you, it's all betting. That's what they're doing now. They are so engrossed. Michael is right. They're so engrossed into it. And that's because of Mrs. Mini, what you said. That because the betting takes a different twist, it's easier, and I think the calculation of it is also nice. You know, it's associated with something you love to do. So definitely doing it will be more flexible than getting into lotteries. I guess that's the reason why they seem to be more geared towards the betting activities than lotteries. But the point I made, that your economic projections must always come in line with the current situation that you see. Because we say that youth is the future. The youth is today. Yeah. Right. Depending on the activities they are involved in today. But just before you come in, we'll go to Parliament soon because we're told that after about 30 minutes, the microphones have been fixed. All right. It's a Muntutu mic, it didn't work. Yeah, Mr. Sabute.
Yeah, so that is a very thought-provoking analysis that you've made. Are we just interested in increasing our revenue to the detriment of thinking about the future of
yes, those you are using to increase revenue. But the question will give us some analysis on the screen wall pretty shortly. So let's stand by with that here.
Okay. So yes, but the point is, was government able to use this betting tax to sort of bring some kind of reformation among the youth when it comes to the betting? I don't think that so far the government has been able to do that. With betting, I think it is becoming, I'll call it addiction among the youth. It is no longer hobby. It has moved beyond just a hobby. And people have taken it as a whole profession. So as a country, we should be concerned. And with the scrapping, or yes, we've been assured of the betting tax that they are going to scrap it. But how is this going to impact on the behavior of the youth when it comes to future betting? I think we shouldn't just end it here. We should be able to strike a balance. Okay, in as much as we are all happy that betting tax will be scrapped, we should also look at the repercussion on their behavior. Today we are told that even students in our university, sometimes they use their fees to bet. I mean, why should that happen? All because they need money. Okay? And betting, I am one person who will not subscribe to we bringing in policies that will encourage betting. No. We should rather think of making our youth more productive, right? Mm-hmm. We should rather think of making them more productive. I was at a program and one guy who has been indulged in this betting activity for years, he was asked if he'll be prepared to stop betting if it's offered a job which will give him 7,000 cedis a month. He said no. He only decide not to bet if he'll be given 12,000 cedis a month. So you could see that this guy has gotten very far. And he was saying he was able to win some of this lottery thing, and he has used it to establish.
But do we have the
power? And all
do we,
that?
as a country, have the power to control the ills of the society and the how do I describe it? The edge of the youth, our interest. Must we have the power to control?
Yeah, we should be able to control it. When it comes to lottery, I think we have regulations regarding how lottery should be operated.
Age
I
limits.
don't know if we are same for betting. Because you find people under 18 betting when they should be in school. And we have authorities, I would say that whether they are unaware that certain things are going on, but we see them every day. What are we also doing to discourage our youth from doing that? Because it's a serious matter. It will get to a point where people will tell you that I'm not even interested in going to school. I'll prefer to be a professional better.
Okay, so we have the finance minister displaying his bag on the screen there. Well, I'm not sure that's a tradition Ghana can ever walk away from. The finance minister will always have to walk into the house with his briefcase.
Is it brown or black?
It's brown.
Okay.
I wonder why they always use brown. I've never seen a black one, or they sometimes use black.
I have not seen, no.
Okay, so black or brown, they always come in with a briefcase. Yes. But yeah, so Mr. Sabute, you can.
Yes. So
and then Mrs. Sumi.
Yes. So Anne, as I said, we need to strike that balance. Okay, we have to educate our youth all the more, and they shouldn't think that the only means by which they can, earn their own resources or whatever is through betting. And the point is, are we also able to create avenues for them to be employed after school? And that will also count a lot. Now, recently we had this report from Statistical Service, and they are saying that the informal sector contributes about 80% when it comes to productivity. And that even though about 80% are employed there, their contribution to GDP is about a quarter. So then you imagine if you have about 80% in the informal sector, yet their contribution to GDP is just a quarter. It means we have lots of people, but they are not productive. So I wasn't surprised when I heard people now suggesting that we should link our salaries to performance contracts to make sure that whatever salary that you earn should come with that commensurating productivity. You see, so we need to also make our youth more productive, rather than just interested in helping them to engage in some of these activities.
Right. Just I think you can come in. You said that taxing a practice that's not, very much productive, like the betting, is not the solution. What's the solution?
Well, so
to discourage the act.
I said that the taxation will go some long way. It will not, once people become addicted, it's not the taxation that will solve the problem. However, if we decide that we are going to remove the betting tax, I am not for removal of the betting tax. I think the tax should be there. While we think about, ways to discourage the youth from betting. We can also decide to tax the betting companies a lot more.
Yes.
That is something we can do to also raise more revenue. But, we might decide that, so to do absolutely nothing and say there's no betting tax and there's no attempt to discourage the betting, I think that would be problematic. That's just focusing too much on the revenue side.
Yeah.
And, allowing, essentially throwing young people under the bus. Of course, it's legitimate to say there's not much, we are not creating a lot of jobs. So I think that's something to address. But we have to understand that if people get addicted, then even when you create jobs, then, their reservation wages to be very high. Like you just said, yes. People have been doing this for so long and they find it so profitable that it will come to a point where they wouldn't want to do regular jobs. So I think regardless of what the government does with the betting tax, I think we have to find ways, we have to have a conversation about addressing the betting, the rule of betting and the kind of, destroying the values that we want young people to cultivate.
But before I go to the screen and before you go to the floor of Parliament, I've seen Afenyo Markin talking, and I'm interested in the topic you raised and what you asked for. There seems to be a growing social canker. So it is not the issue of the betting alone. There is the issue of galamsey. And if you have, for those of us who are journalists, we have gone to the field, spoken to people, in fact, very young people, underage people who are not supposed to, children who are not supposed to work below the age of 15, they can't even do. Talk about child labor, we talk about, if you talk to Bright Appear Now, Child Rights International, he's so concerned about all of these issues. And you talk to these young people, and they tell you, same way as you're raising the point, if you can't give him a job that will pay him 12,000, he's not stopping the galamsey. So it's not even about you saying and crying out loud and shouting on top of your voices on TV, stop the galamsey, stop the galamsey. But what exactly, like Annie asked, are we doing as a country about some of these activities? So we may be concentrating on betting now, but there are things which are affecting the fabric of the economy. Typical example is galamsey. Typical example is the betting tax. Typical example is child trafficking, the business that they raise from it.
Respectfully, if you can hold on, producers want us to give viewers a chance to listen to what Afenyo Markin is also saying on the floor. So let's cross over. If you can hold on, producers want us to give viewers a chance to listen to what Afenyo Markin is also saying on the floor. So let's cross over. If you can hold on, producers want us to give viewers a chance to listen to what Afenyo Markin is also saying on the floor. So let's cross over. If you can hold on, producers want us to give viewers a chance to listen to what
Well, we are saying again that as a house, we may have to determine which form. So, Mr. Speaker, the invitation by the minority, the deputy minority whip, is well founded. He is inviting us as a house to determine, are we going to allow him to make a statement, or we are going to allow him to move a motion? Is it going to be in a form of a motion or in a form of a statement? This is a well-anchored application. Don't use your number to shout to intimidate him. He has made a solid argument. This House has not determined the form in which this item has to be taken. The Deputy Minority Whip is inviting us to set the ground rules. The Majority Leader got up and referred to PFM Act to say what? He didn't quote the specific provision. The man has made an application under our own rules. You didn't attack him on the rules. You didn't know. You didn't say anything against his application on the rules. Mr. Speaker, as the minister is here, in which form are we going to listen to him? What are you? Is he going to make a statement, or he is going to move a motion? Mr. Speaker, this house is being invited to determine this matter. You see, the Supreme Court has had an occasion to give a contextual interpretation where may is placed to mean shall. Yes, it is there. No, come on, Mr. Speaker, even that argument aside, put that argument aside. There's no need for any interpretation of whether may should be shall. The point is that the law provides that we should determine the form. The law says we should determine the form. In this house, there are ways to come here. You come to make a statement, you come to move a motion. What is the minister coming to do? It's for this house to determine. Is he going to move a motion in accordance with Article 179? Or he's coming to make a statement? And when he makes the statement, what happens? Is it going to be left with a chairman of a finance committee to now move that this house should debate the statement? Mr. Speaker, this is a solid application and he should be applauded for what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would want to rule on this matter. I've heard enough. I think in terms of procedure, the right thing has been done. The order you quoted clearly states the statement of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the government. It says what? The statement. And so what they are bringing to us is a statement. And when statements are admitted, they are presented as statements. Now, when you go to 1952, which you refer to, it says the budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the president. That's first. Second, and in a form the House may determine. Honorable Minority Leader, you are not in a shouting battle. Please. This is the House. The only way the House can determine however you define form is when the statement is presented to you. The House cannot determine this matter outside the House. You can only determine it when you are truly sitting as a House. And this is the House. He is presenting the statement. If you decide that you want a form, you define form in any different manner as you are doing, then this is the time when it is presented, you take this opportunity to determine that form you want, different from the earlier forms that we've decided and been practicing. If this is what you want to do, please, the statement must first be presented to you. It has to be presented to the House. And if you may, you determine the form you want it to be presented. That can be part of the debate. But I'm not sure the definition you are putting on the word form. Form. Please go back to your lexicons. to determine the meaning of form. I think the right thing is being done. The statement was admitted. It's been properly captured on the order paper as programmed by the business committee, and the minister is here to present the statement to the House. So the minister may do so. So honorable members, honorable minister, just a minute. Honorable members, at the commencement, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for your guidance and the proper interpretation of 1952. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Galamsey, for the longest time until I became president.
Honorable members, item 7, statements. The budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, and pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and the other paper and the standing orders of the House, Order 1952, and today's order paper, item 7. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, today marks a moment of great significance, and I have the singular honor to stand before this House to present on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, following his extraordinary mandate, the maiden budget of his new administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to His Excellency the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I also submit to this House the following statutory report as required by law. The 2024 annual report on the petroleum funds in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also submit the 2024 Energy Sector Levies report in accordance with Section 6 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Import Union Levy in line with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Right, Honorable Speaker, with this budget, I will also be seeking a review of the following act to support the policies of government aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting inclusive growth. The first will be an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. The second will be the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 870. And the second will be an amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Cocoa Board Act, Act 1984, the PNC Law 81, as amended. The Speaker, that's not all. I will also be seeking amendment to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ghana Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, as amended in Act 914. Speaker, I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982, and incorporating into a comprehensive public financial management act. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to add that I will also be seeking amendment to the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. So, Speaker, we remain committed to the pursuit of our 24-hour economic policy of stimulating economic growth and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy will contribute to addressing Ghana's structural economic challenge by creating an integrated, efficient, and increasingly export-driven industrial economy that fulfills the utilization of our national resources, capital, and labor power. Right, Honorable Speaker, will be presenting the 24-hour economy policy to Parliament in due course. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to stabilize our city through foreign exchange and gold reserve accumulation, I will also submit a bill to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board for the consideration of this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget is indeed an abridged version of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request the Hansa Department to capture the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, standing here evokes a sense of nostalgia as I reflect on my journey in public service. From my early days as a young parliamentarian in this House in the year 2009, destiny has guided my path from a backbencher to a member of the Finance Committee, to a Deputy Minister of Finance, to ranking member of the Finance Committee, to Minority Leader, to Majority Leader briefly, and now, Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible of Finance. Right, Honorable Speaker, the invaluable experience I gained in this chamber has shaped my perspective, sharpened my focus, and prepared me for the task at hand. I fully commit to supporting His Excellency the President to fix the economy of Ghana. I take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to the good people of Ejumako and Yanesiam, my constituents, and to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House across the aisle for your unwavering support throughout my years in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed House is a sanctuary of rigorous debate, principled cooperation, and at times constructive disagreement, all in the pursuit of greater good of our beloved country. I look forward to working with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reset the Ghana's economy through sound policy and structural reforms that will propel our country forward. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time in a nation's history when fundamental challenges must be confronted, difficult choices must be made, and a new course must be set for the future. For Ghana, the defining moment is now. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama made a commitment to reset Ghana for jobs, accountability, prosperity. The Speaker, as captured in the NDC manifesto, in this regard, the theme of our budget is resetting the economy for Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the democratic principles we tirelessly fought for are being held. Our democracy has been consolidated with yet another peaceful transition of power. That notwithstanding, our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividends of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, or we can embark on a journey of fundamental reforms and transformation, one that resets our economic model, redefines our priorities, honors our social contract, and provides opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want together. Right Honorable Speaker, this budget was preceded by the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025. Through this consensus-building dialogue, the people demanded a decisive action, real solution to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of the true aspirations, felt needs, genuine desires of the people of Ghana, expressed through the engagement with diverse stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading centers, including the Mokola market, to listen to their concerns, gauge their expectations, and elicit their input. Mr. Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, during my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. So, Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this chamber on behalf of the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tepe, and led the passage of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 912, to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction. So, Speaker, President Mohammed's government is committed to the full implementation of this critical legislation. So, Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement to budgetary provisions in the medium-term expenditure framework, and seek parliamentary approval for all multi-year commitments as required by law. Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement process and link them to approved budget. We will also respect the limits of the appropriations as approved by Parliament. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcounts across the country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention or my focus to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and beset by other fiscal challenges, such as large accumulation of MDRS, energy sector shortfalls, and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, weak commitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program, scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, inflation, social protection, and others, as at end 2024, are likely missed. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. So, Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024 from 23.2% in the year 2023 to 23.8% in 2024. So, Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis target for 2024 was a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage point of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage points. Right Honorable Speaker, at the end of December 2024, total central government arrests amounted to 67.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 5.2% of GDP. The Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 21 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, when I assumed office on the 23rd of January 2025, my office was inundated with requests for payment from many contractors and suppliers. To ascertain the total arrests and outstanding payment for all MDs, the Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDA's outstanding interim payment of invoices worth 49.2 billion and bank transfer advice at the Controller Accountant General worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes 1.73 billion US dollars owed to independent power producers. This 67 billion also excludes 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion US dollars also exclude the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. And Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned by the Ghana Road Fund to various contractors. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is also seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments and guarantee value for money before a penny will be paid. Mr. Speaker, before a penny will be paid, we'll commit to do that arrest. Right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the 67.5 billion cedis in arrests, the validation process also revealed that MDAs have awarded contract to the tune of a minimum 194 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount represents 16.5% of GDP as at the end of 2024, with the road sector again alone accounting for 100 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, most of these contractors and most of these contracts were awarded without commencement certificate and authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is in blatant violation of the Public Financial Management Act 921. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me now update you on our debt service obligations. Mr. Speaker, apart from the huge arrests and commitment, our fiscal situation is further complicated by huge bullet debt service and constrained fiscal financing options. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the government's option to finance the budget is limited to only Treasury bill market following the debt restructuring program. Moreover, the forthcoming debt service of both domestic and Eurobond debt obligation will have profound implications for fiscal sustainability and balance of payment. Right, Honorable Speaker, domestic debt service alone, programmed for the next 4 years, is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, simply put, the interest and principal payment that will be due for payment beginning now for the next 4 years is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. This represents 11.6% of GDP in domestic debt service obligation alone. The Speaker, of this 150 billion US Ghana cedis, 73.3% of this 150 billion Ghana cedis is due for payment in the year 2027 and 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, 2027 alone, the domestic debt service that will be falling due will be 57.6 billion, and 2028 will be made to call upon to pay 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, the debt service obligation of 2027 and 2028 are major harms. These harms are cancerous and pose significant risks to the economy of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we shall fix it. We shall fix it. Mr. Speaker, our debt service obligation of this financial year is equally burdensome with significant harms. February, we were called upon to pay 9.9 billion. July, will be paying 6.2 billion, and August will be paying 10.1 billion, all this year. Right Honorable Speaker, the fiscal challenges are further compounded by the significant short-term treasury bill that we also inherited. So Speaker, these obligations totaling about 111.1 billion Ghana cedis requires rollover week in, week out, placing additional pressure on cash flows and liquidity requirements. Mr. Speaker, beyond the domestic maturities, Ghana faces significant external debt service obligations for the next 4 years. The next 4 years will be made to call upon to pay $8.7 billion US dollars, representing 10.9% of GDP, with heavy concentration again in the year 2027 and 2028. Again, Mr. Speaker, 55% of this external debt service will be due in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, in the year 2027, we'll be made to pay $2.5 billion US dollars, and 2028, we'll have to again pay $2.4 billion US dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, it seems the debt restructuring undertaken by the previous administration was designed to make 2027 and 2028 debt repayment heavy, sadly. So Speaker, I don't know how come we sat and allowed that design to happen. So Speaker, that is cancerous, but I can assure you we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all this upcoming domestic and external debt service obligation, no buffers were built to cushion this unprecedented debt service burden. So Speaker, as of 7 January 2025, the debt service reserve account, the sinking fund in dollar, has a balance of $64,000 US dollars. The Speaker, when we were leaving office, we left behind $319 million US dollars in that same account. The Speaker, the debt service reserve CD account had an amount of 143 million Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the balance was 430 million Ghana cedis. So Speaker, I now move you to stalled project. So Speaker, due to the bilateral creditors' debt restructuring that is ongoing, undertaken by previous administration, a staggering number of 55 projects have been halted. So Speaker, this leaves a massive amount of 3 billion Ghana US dollars in undisbursed loans and about $300 million in outstanding interim payment certificates, IPCs. Some of these projects include the famous Ifia Kwanta Hospital, the KJTIA Market Phase 2, the Bolgatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, and the Tema Aflawa Road project. Delayed payment and demobilization from site could result in cost overruns of over 1.1 billion US dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, the IMF supported program imposed an annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for all bilateral loans that are being restructured. This constraint means that it will take a minimum of 12 years to complete all of this stalled program. So Speaker, unfortunately, as a result of the debt restructuring, all this stalled program, working with the IMF will take a minimum of 12 years if we decide to go business as usual. We'll be engaging in the coming days to resolve this challenge. Speaker, I now take you to the famous energy sector fiscal risk. Mr. Speaker, the increase in energy sector financing shortfall is posing significant risk to the Ghanaian economy. In the year 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with payment of about 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. These resources could have been used for job creation and other development programs, like roads, schools, and hospitals, if the sector inefficiencies were resolved. The Speaker, a recent exercise conducted by the Energy Sector Financing Modeling Team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, ESRP, revealed that the business as usual energy sector financing shortfall has increased significantly to about 35 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025 alone, even after spending in excess of 20 billion cedis in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, the shortfall for the period 2023 to 2026 has been estimated to be about 140 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is 20 times more than the allocation for goods and service for all MDAs in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the energy sector shortfalls, which relate to current invoices that are largely unpaid legacy arrests due to the independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, the legacy arrests stood at $1.73 billion as at end 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector, which has long been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, is sadly on its knees, owing to gross mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the sector faces declining output and financing challenges, characterized by unsustainable debt, rover cocoa contract risk, and quasi-fiscal expenditures, including cocoa roads, which, Mr. Speaker, is a non-core function of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right, Honorable Speaker, cocoa production has dropped by nearly 50% over the past 3 years. In the year 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 330,000 tons of cocoa to meet its contractual obligation. This sharply decline has affected the finances of Ghana Cocoa Board. This undersupply has been rolled over for subsequent years for the new administration to pay. So, Speaker, these 2023 to 2024 forward sales contracts, locked in at lower prices than the current market rates, have resulted in revenue losses of about $840 million for both Ghana Cocoa Board and the impoverished cocoa farmer. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rollout cocoa contract has resulted in a loss of $495 million for the year 2025 alone. So, Speaker, these are the risks in relation to the market price differentials and, as a result, costs causing the smuggling that we see with Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board outstanding debt amount to 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 11.92 billion is due to be paid in the year 2025. Outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $1.3 billion in the year 2024, of which only 4.4 billion has been accounted for in Cocoa Board's finances for the year 2025. So, Speaker, the financial sector still struggles even after spending 30.3 billion in the financial sector cleanup exercise by end 2024. This includes 26.9 billion Ghana cedis after spending this amount in the banking sector. So, Speaker, as we speak, the financial sector is still struggling, and the financial sector will require 10.45 billion Ghana cedis to address the financial sector legacy issues and emerging risk. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis is required to fully capitalize the National Investment Bank and the Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will also update the House on the fiscal performance for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance in the year 2024 was characterized by improved revenue collection, but with significant expenditure overruns. In addition, large arrests were accumulated over the period. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the provisional data shows the following. 1. Primary balance on commitment basis, the key fiscal anchor of the IMF program, worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP at the end of 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% of GDP at the end of the year 2024. This is 4.4 percentage points worse than the target surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, Mr. Speaker. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, the primary balance was a deficit of 1.2% of GDP against a target of 0.6% of GDP, representing 100% deviation. So, Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis for 2024 was a deficit of 7.9% of GDP against a target of 4.2% of GDP, while the overall fiscal balance on cash basis was a deficit of 5.2% of GDP against a target of 5.3% of GDP. Total revenue and grants amounted to 186.6 billion Ghana cedis, or 15.9% of GDP, 5.3% above the revised target of 177.2 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.4% of GDP. The performance was mainly driven by higher than programmed oil and gas receipts and higher non-oil tax revenue collection. Total expenditure on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 279.2 billion, or 23.7% of GDP. This is 27.1% above the budget provisions of the year 2024, Mr. Speaker. The primary balance on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 232.4 billion, or 19.8% of GDP. This is 35.3% above the target of 171.7 billion, or 16.8% of GDP. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all expenditure lines exceeded their respective targets for the period, except for interest payments, goods and service, and other expenditures. Right Honorable Speaker, the discrepancies for the year 2024 being unclassified expenditure was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis as compared to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, at the end of December 2024, provisional data indicate that gross central government and guaranteed debt was 726.7 billion from 610 billion in 2023. This represents 61.8% of GDP in 2024, compared to 68.7% in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP ratio and the dollar component of our debt that has come down, that has reduced, is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal of Eurobond debt under the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP that has reduced is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal and interest that were given to Eurobond bondholders. So, Speaker, you may recall that the government commenced the debt restructuring program in the year 2022 to restore debt sustainability and economic stability. As of now, the restructuring process is approximately 93% completed. The remaining 7% relate to debt of $2.7 billion owed to commercial creditors. We are committed to completing the remaining debt restructuring as soon as possible. The Speaker, real sector development in the year 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 shows that overall real GDP growth increased. So, Speaker, at the end of increased to 5.7% in the year 2024. So, Speaker, I take that again. The Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 showed that overall GDP growth grew by 5.7% of GDP compared to the growth rate of 3.1% recorded over the same period. Mr. Speaker, the key driver of this growth was largely coming from gold mine. So, Speaker, including Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey growth cannot be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP grew by 0.6% in the year 2024, compared with the growth rate of 3.6% recorded in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves increased to a stock position of $8.98 billion at the end of 2024, and was enough to cover 4 months of imports, exceeding the target of a floor of 3 months of import cover. At the end of 2024, the currency had depreciated by 19.2% against the US dollars, 17.8% against the British pound, Mr. Speaker, and it had depreciated by 13.7% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, it is what it is. The state of our economy is troubling, but we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we will fix it. But Mr. Speaker, it will require some sacrifices, truthfulness, transparency, and discipline. We will take strong measures to confront the situation head on. So, Speaker, the sacrifice must come from all stakeholders, beginning with the government. So, Speaker, His Excellency the President appreciates this and has led the charge by significantly downsizing his government from the Elephant 88 to the Umbrella 60. Mr. Speaker, he has also reduced the number of his government ministries from the Elephant 30 to the Umbrella 23. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contribution to the resetting agenda, organized labor has followed suit by working with government and employers association to agree on a modest 10% increase in base pay and minimum wage for the year 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to express my profound gratitude to organized labor and employers. Mr. Speaker, ordinary Ghanaians have also sacrificed by enduring the negative impact of severe currency depreciation since 2022. Hyperinflation, high food inflation, principal and interest haircuts, soaring interest rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the people's representative, the members of Parliament, and the judiciary to also follow suit. I would like to call on all other stakeholders, including the business community, faith-based organizations, academia, and civil society to support this national call. So, Speaker, our immediate task is to reset our nation, to restore good governance, reduce the excruciating suffering of our people, and set our country on a trajectory of economic transformation. So, Speaker, our vision is to build a prosperous and a democratic state, anchored on the principles of freedom and justice, providing equal opportunities for all. So, Speaker, through this vision, we will work together to build the Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the resetting agenda will be anchored on the following. 1, restoring hope in our democracy, renewing trust in public officials, and helping every Ghanaian attain their full potential. Offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. And finally, stimulating demand by patronizing made-in-Ghana goods under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, today I came to this chamber with made-in-Ghana bag, signifying, Mr. Speaker, with made-in-Ghana bag, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first present, Mr. Speaker, they don't know that in Ghana we sow seed. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to first present the government's immediate and strong measures to address the current challenges we are confronted with, followed by the medium-term vision, policy objectives and targets. Right, Honorable Speaker, consistent with Section 14 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 911, the fiscal policy objectives of this government is to support the economic transformation agenda to ensure the macroeconomic stability of the country within the macroeconomic and fiscal framework. More specifically, the fiscal policy objective of the government include the following: rationalizing government expenditure and eliminating wasteful expenditures, optimizing domestic revenue mobilization through broadening of tax base, increased non-tax revenue collection, adopting enhanced tax compliance measures, and modernizing the tax administration through digital technology. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the share of domestic expenditure to spur economic growth and job creation. We'll be reducing public debt to sustainable levels and adopting prudent debt management practice to support debt sustainability. Reducing the fiscal deficit progressively in accordance with the amended Fiscal Responsibility Act to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. And, Mr. Speaker, restoring confidence in the Ghana economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, our approach will be to foster economic growth, accelerate job creation, reduce inflation, and stabilize the cedi. To achieve this, it is crucial that we establish the macroeconomic stability and ensure debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that by prioritizing these fundamental elements, we can cultivate an environment where individuals can prosper and businesses can thrive in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians through the recent National Economic Dialogue have expressed a clear desire for fiscal deficit and public debt to be reduced through cuts in government spending rather than through only tax measures. We wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Speaker, going forward, we will tailor our expenditure to align with our fiscal realities. After all, whoever pays off their debt gets rich. So, Speaker, we are poised to implement a three-pronged approach to achieve our objective, beginning with this budget immediately. First will be to recalibrate the fiscal adjustment, and we believe that by prioritizing spending-led fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle. Fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle in a way that first, it will help lower inflation and curb depreciation of the cedi. Secondly, it will lessen government reliance on borrowing, which in turn will reduce the crowding out of private sector and lower interest rates. Lastly, this approach will ease the strain on monetary policy, allowing the central bank some greater flexibility to reduce monetary policy rates, ultimately resulting in lower bank and lending rates. Mr. Speaker, the second approach will be to deliver a shock therapy. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing a form of shock therapy to the economy by making significant spending cuts this year, thereby reducing the government financing needs and front-loading fiscal adjustment. This is the down payment for our policy credibility and credit worthiness. Right, Honorable Speaker, our third approach will be to restore fiscal responsibility. By moving forward, we will enhance public financial management by empowering ministers to effectively manage their budget on their own, ensuring strict compliance with the commencement certificate. Mr. Speaker, we'll be passing and enforcing a revised Fiscal Responsibility Act, and finally, we will enforce a sanction regime for non-compliance of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic targets have been set for the year 2025. Overall real GDP growth of at least 4% of GDP. So, Speaker, not less non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, end period inflation rate of 11.9%. Mr. Speaker, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves, including oil funds and encumbered assets, to cover not more than a minimum of 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, to address inflation, government will implement a number of measures to complement the Bank of Ghana and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, the measures to stabilize the exchange rate include the following. We will be establishing the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of accumulation of forex to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana will continue to implement its FX forward auction to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. Government's strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit will reduce the pressure on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, our import substitution drive under the 24-hour economy involving domestic production of key products originally imported will reduce import and related FX requirements, boding well for FX stability. Right Honourable Speaker, we are addressing the inflation problems through a number of measures, including the following. First, specific interventions, including the Agriculture for Economic Transformational Agenda, is expected to increase food production and reduce food inflation. The government will implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utility, to reduce their prices. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing will contribute significantly to reducing inflationary pressures. Right Honourable Speaker, our strategy to improve exchange rate stability will reduce imported inflation and fuel prices. And Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will maintain an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. Right Honourable Speaker, to achieve our expenditure-led fiscal consolidation objectives, we will implement the following measures. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to our expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, the following expenditure measures will be implemented in 2025 and the medium term to support fiscal consolidation agenda. First, we will conduct a comprehensive audit to validate the quantum of arrests and commitment as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory use of blanket purchase order to capture multi-year commitment contracts in line with our medium-term expenditure ceilings will be implemented. We will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement. Mr. Speaker, we will also work with Parliament to amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificate and budgetary provision a prerequisite for all procurement that will be paid by the central government. Mr. Speaker, we will fully integrate GANEX and GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA's projects and purchase orders that have approved budget and allotment can obtain procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, we will operationalize the compliance desk at the Ministry of Finance to monitor reports on commitment and arrest accumulation. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we will publish a PFM league table for compliance purposes. We will strictly enforce sanctions under the sections 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act for breaches of the PFM Act, specifically those that relate to arrest accumulation and commitment control. Right Honourable Speaker, we will cut waste and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we have selected expenditure items including the Ghana Cares, the U-Start, one district, one factory for complete elimination. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the functions of development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies and do away with the development authorities. So, Speaker, we will amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to allocate all ABFA resources for infrastructure use, not for goods and services, but for infrastructure use. So, Speaker, the National Health Insurance will receive full allocation under the earmark funds capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, the road fund will receive full allocation under the earmark fund and capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30, we will reduce the GNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15%, and fully restore transfers to GMPC under the earmark fund and capping alignment act. Right, Honourable Speaker, we'll be amending the Mineral Income and Investment Fund Act to ensure that 80% of the royalties originally maintained by MIF is transferred to the Consolidated Fund for Infrastructure Development. Right, Honourable Speaker, we will strengthen social protection through the implementation of new interventions such as the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress Initiative. The Speaker, it also includes the free tertiary education for persons with disability, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, otherwise known as Mahama Care, and free sanitary pads for schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, to address the energy sector challenges, including reducing the quantum of large energy sector shortfalls, the following energy sector recovery program interventions will be implemented this year. First, Mr. Speaker, ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering and implementation of private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we will also implement the liquid fuel to gas swap through an increase in end gas supply from 60 mmSC per day to 100 mmSC to take advantage of cheaper gas prices and others. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the IPP capacity renegotiation to generate some savings through negotiated lower fixed capacity charges and variable O&M charges. Mr. Speaker, as agreed with the IMF by the previous administration, we will implement the following ESRP measures to achieve the structural benchmark of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, PULC will continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment to reflect changes in inflation, exchange rate, and generation mix. Mr. Speaker, PULC will also undertake a major tariff adjustment which will be due in fourth quarter of 2025 to reflect capacity charges, additional liquid fuel usage, and additional capex. The weighted average cost of gas will be increased from the current $7.80 per MMBTU to $8.45 to reflect the increased prices of natural gas as well as the changes in the supply mix. Mr. Speaker, the subsidy on weighted average cost of gas granted to some ceramic companies through the discounted industrial development tariff will be reversed. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the revenue measures. Mr. Speaker, in proposing some revenue measures to achieve the 2025 fiscal target for your consideration, I'll first take you to the IMF requirement. Mr. Speaker, this measure is inconsistent with our commitment under the IMF-supported program to observe a non-oil tax revenue effort of 0.6% point of GDP annually as part of the measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization and achieve our debt sustainability target over the medium term. Right, Honourable Speaker, Despite our commitment to increase the non-oil tax revenue by 0.6%, we have programmed the following nuisance taxes for removal in line with our manifesto promise. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as a Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable income. Right Honorable Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable incomes. In addition, it will support business growth and improve tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the tax refund account has been abused in recent years. In the last 8 years, a study revealed that 29.1 billion Ghana cedis had accrued to the tax refund account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43% of the total accrued amount, being used for tax refund purposes. Mr. Speaker, the study also revealed that 16.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 57% of the total amount accumulated in the tax refund account, was misapplied. Mr. Speaker, which is a total violation of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915, and the Public Financial Management Act. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, there were virtually no tax refund arrests over the period. Speaker, and therefore, we are reducing the current tax refund ceiling by 2 percentage points from 6% to 4% of total revenue, as defined in Section 69 of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the ceiling on the tax refund from 6% to 4%, Right Honorable Speaker, we have saved the taxpayer 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is enough to close the revenue shortfalls from the removal of the e-levy and the betting levy. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy would have accrued 1.9 billion Ghana cedis, and the betting tax would have accrued 180 million. The two put together is just above 2 billion Ghana cedis. By reducing the tax refund account, it is enough to remove this tax, and the savings will be provided to take care of social interventions. Mr. Speaker, already we have saved 3.8 billion cedis for 2025 alone from one source, and this is enough to close the gap from the taxes we have removed today. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We have stopped the bleeding. Mr. Speaker, Accordingly, with this budget, we will amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. This measure will improve the tax revenue net of tax refund by 2%, representing 0.3% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in line with government policy, the 2025 minimum wage recently negotiated with the National Tripartite Committee will be zero rated. This is consistent with our resolve to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, again, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Sector Levies Act to consolidate the energy debt recovery, the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, and the Sanitation and Pollution Levy into one levy and use the proceeds to cater for energy sector shortfalls and service the inherited debt service obligation. Mr. Speaker, the reset has just begun. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rest of the energy sector levies, including the Road Fund Levy, Energy Fund Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Public Lighting Levy, and National Electrification Levy, will remain to support the achievement of their intended objectives. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana has not sufficiently capitalized on the benefits of its extractive sector to generate revenue to support development and diversification. We have failed to leverage our natural wealth by capturing its rent and channeling it towards productive infrastructure and human capital. Natural resource rent, which is the difference between the revenue of a commodity and the average cost of producing that commodity, is about 14% of GDP in the case of Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, revenue from extractive industry is around 1.5% of GDP only. This is because, as a country, we have failed to fully capture the economic rent of our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, whereas global gold prices have seen some significant increase in recent times, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to increase the growth and sustainability levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause of the special import levy to 2028. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians and this Honorable House will recall that road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. That road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. Demand for construction and improvement of roads infrastructure continues to increase, even as substantial arrests and claims in the road sector remains. Right, Honorable Speaker, while the annual average collection from road tolls have not been significant compared to its potential, the existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue from tolls to road construction and maintenance. Accordingly, government will work with the stakeholders, including the private sector, to roll out a technology-driven solution to reintroduce road tolls this year as part of the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will also strengthen the legal and regulatory regime for non-tax revenue and enforce the framework to improve service delivery. This will be achieved through the introduction of an overarching non-tax revenue legislation, amendment of existing relevant laws, and the development of a national non-tax revenue strategy and policy. Mr. Speaker, as part of the reforms to improve other non-tax revenue streams, government will explore the operationalization of a regulatory framework for collection, management, and reporting of property rates consistent with our medium-term revenue strategy 2024 to 2027 and the Local Government Act. So, Speaker, we believe that the local authorities must be given the opportunity to collect their own property rates. Mr. Speaker, the current compliance rate for SMEs and personal income tax is below 30%, which is extremely low. Government will embark on an aggressive and sustained tax education campaign in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure improved compliance and tax revenue mobilization. We will also institute a quarterly dialogue on tax issues among the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, and the business community to ensure that issues affecting businesses are addressed promptly. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to VAT reforms, VAT reforms. Right Honourable Speaker, we commit to the people of Ghana and this House, the business community, that we will undertake a comprehensive value-added tax reform this year. Mr. Speaker, with the aim to review the current distortions and cascading structure of the value-added tax regime. Ghana's effective rate, VAT rate, is about 22%. This is obviously because the 2.5% Get Fund levy, the National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and the COVID levy are well added to the base for a final determination of what is due for VAT purposes. So, Speaker, aside the high VAT rate, businesses are not permitted by law to claim their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy, compounding the burden on households. Right Honourable Speaker, our VAT regime has been distorted and rendered inefficient. It combines both VAT and sales tax principles with a flat rate, standard rate, and levies. We have requested for technical assistance from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF on VAT reforms. It is expected that the IMF mission will commence in April 2025. The recommendations from the Technical Assistance Mission are expected to inform our reform. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. Mr. Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be is for them to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, the parameters will include the following. 1, abolishing the COVID levy. Mr. Speaker, reversing the decoupling of Get Fund and NHIL VAT from VAT. Mr. Speaker, reducing the effective VAT rate for households and businesses. Reversing the VAT flat rate regime and upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of VAT. Mr. Speaker, will also improve compliance through public education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization and resource accumulation, resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant for 2025 is projected at 223.8 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.2% of GDP, up from 186.5 billion, or 17.4% of GDP. The projection is underpinned by non-oil revenue measures, which are expected to yield at least 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations for the year ending 31st December 2025 is 290,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, budget financing. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the estimate for total revenue and grant and total expenditure, the projected overall balance on commitment basis is a deficit of 43.8 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis is a surplus of 20.3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, overall balance is a deficit of 56.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis is again a surplus of 7.3 billion, equivalent to 0.5% of GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, the cash deficit of 56.9 billion is expected to be financed from both foreign and domestic sources. The total foreign net financing will amount to 21.4 billion Ghana cedis. Foreign financing will include a provision for financing from IMF ECF program disbursed of 720 billion Ghana cedis and the World Bank Development Policy operations of 600 million Ghana cedis. The residual net domestic financing will amount to 36.9 billion, representing 65% of total financing for 2025. This is expected to be sourced from the issuance of debt at the short end of the domestic market and opening of the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, the government will take steps to reopen the domestic bond market to extend the maturity profile. The reopening will be executed cautiously to establish large-size benchmark bonds that will enhance market liquidity. Right Honorable Speaker, further is to reduce the risk on debt portfolio of government, and we will build cash buffers to support effective implementation of the liability management strategy. Mr. Speaker, this will help smoothing the redemption profile and mitigate refinancing risk associated with Ghana's debt portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government in 2025 and the medium term will implement liability management operations to manage the risk embedded in the Eurobond debt profile. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning 2025, we will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to Section 44 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we will be building sufficient buffers in the sinking fund as a landmark reform to manage our public debt. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that following our proactive fiscal management strategy, that in our engagement with the market, this management strategy has yielded sufficient dividend. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of January 2025, the NDC government inherited a 91-day Treasury bill rate of 28.19%. Mr. Speaker, just 2 months into this administration, we have successfully reduced this rate to 17.72% as at last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of over 10%. In other words, 1,047 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, similarly, on the 7th January 2024, we inherited a 182-day Treasury bill rate at 28.92%. We have again successfully reduced that rate to 18.97% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. This represents a reduction of 995 basis points in only 2 months. Mr. Speaker, again, on the 7th of January 2025, we inherited a 364-day Treasury bill rate of 30.15%. We have successfully reduced this rate to 19.93% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of 1,022 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, on average, rates have fallen by over 1,000 basis points, signifying a strong investor confidence, crowding in the private sector, reducing the cost of doing business, and overall acceptance of economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama, ultimately laying the groundwork for sustained macroeconomic stability. It has been done already. So, Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, the key policy intervention to support economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. So, Speaker, the 24-hour economy aimed at stimulating economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each to boost production, promote productivity, and generate well-paying jobs. We will be presenting the policy to Parliament in due course for consideration. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the GIPC Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed to support the 24-hour economy policy. Right Honourable Speaker, we'll roll out the implementation of the $10 billion Big Push policy for strategic infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will be established in the course of the year and as soon as possible. So, Speaker, we will stabilize the Ghana cedi and provide stability to the macroeconomy. We will implement an economic transformational agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, export, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, we will complement monetary policy with fiscal and rare sector policies to reduce inflation. Food inflation will be reduced through the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, anchored on our 24-hour economy. Right Honourable Speaker, we will undertake key structural reforms to support inclusive economic growth, fiscal and debt sustainability, sound public financial management, efficient public service delivery, and good governance. The Speaker will restructure the Bank of Ghana to strengthen its independence and operationalize its efficiency mandate. The Speaker will ensure that social protection is adequately catered for in the course of the year. We will use government procurement to drive Made in Ghana agenda to promote production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Right Honourable Speaker, to demonstrate this agenda, as I said, I came to this House with a presentation of a bag proudly made in Ghana by Horseman. Mr. Speaker, this should be encouraged. Right Honourable Speaker, beginning this year, we will formalize the export of Ghanaian labour to other countries. We will ensure a structured and beneficial system for Ghanaian workers seeking employment abroad and create safer legal pathway for them to work in foreign countries whilst protecting their rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce illegal migration, prevent worker exploitation, and maximize the economic benefits of remittance and boost foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to how these resources will be allocated in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the non-academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 292.4 million Ghana cedis to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced resident in certain part of K2 South constituency. Mr. Speaker, the overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of dedicated sources of financing. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved it. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. The overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of a dedicated sources of funding. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved the funding challenges by uncapping the GET fund. Mr. Speaker, this makes available dedicated funding for full financing of free senior secondary school education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Capping and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, the budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion Ghana cedis, specifically for financing free secondary education program and other related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, aside the uncapping of GET fund, we have also absorbed the debt service made up of interest and principal from the Dache bond that GET fund contracted. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 564.6 million Ghana cedis for the provision of curriculum-based textbooks covering the following. 1, 4 sets of KG books and workbooks for about 2.8 million learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 4 sets of primary textbooks for about 800,000 learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 9 sets of SHS textbooks for about 540,000 learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the school feeding program, budgetary provision has been increased from the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis last year to 1.78 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, representing a 33% increase. The allocation for 2025 reflects an increase in feeding costs per meal, per child, from the 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis, representing 33.3%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also allocated 145.5 million Ghana cedis to the capitation grant, up from 84 million Ghana cedis in 2024. This is an increase of 73.4% over the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 203 million Ghana cedis for the payment of teacher training allowances and another 480 million Ghana cedis to nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. An amount of about 10 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this amount is expected to be used for the following: claim payments, essential medicine, vaccine payment, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mr. Speaker, and bridging the USAID financing shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, government will continue to implement reforms and increase budgetary allocation to enhance the implementation of 4 targeted social protection programs, namely National Health Insurance, the LEAP program, the school feeding program, and the capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, under the LEAP program, beneficiaries will be increased from the current 350,000 to 400,000 beginning July 2025. The allocation of 728.8 million Ghana cedis for last year has been increased to 953.5 million Ghana cedis in the year 2025. So, Speaker, we have also uncapped the road fund. An amount of 2.81 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the Ghana Road Fund to be used solely for road maintenance. This represents an increase of 155% over the 2024 allocation of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with our decentralization policy, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth and at the district level to deepen decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, I repeat, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the district assemblies common fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our decentralization policy and objective, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth at the district level and deepen decentralization. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in a stark contrast to what has happened recently at the District Assembly Common Fund, where only 50% of the released amount are sent to the District Assembly for the purposes of running the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for Agriculture for Economic Transformational Program, of which Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkoko Nketenkete are all key components of the program. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis as seed fund for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we have also allocated an amount of 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis to the Edumewura Program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the National Codex Program. Mr. Speaker, another amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the payment of monthly allowance to all assembly members. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as, Mr. Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as sector-specific policy interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. So, Speaker, I want to repeat this. So, Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as specific sector interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. This is indeed a departure from the norm, where ministers of finance present detailed sectorial performance as part of their budget speech. So, Speaker, I believe sector ministers must be made to do so. Right Honourable Speaker, in conclusion. So, Speaker, in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the state of the economy, as I have presented, does not reflect an economy that has turned the corner. It reflects an economy in severe distress, burdened with debt repayment harms, mismanagement, and lack of accountability. The budget sets Ghana on a path of fiscal responsibility, debt sustainability, macroeconomic stability, and job creation. It is about resetting the economy and restoring hope. Ghanaians reaffirmed their faith in a better future when they actively participated in the National Economic Dialogue on the 3rd and 4th of March 2025. A key outcome of the dialogue was the confirmation that the fundamental problem with our economy is fiscal indiscipline. The NPP administration awarded contracts outside the expenditure framework. They borrowed over and above Ghana's capacity to repay. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahamad's administration will be fiscally disciplined and deliver improved public service to our people in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, we remain steadfast in meeting the IMF program target while restoring Ghana's creditworthiness. We have achieved a lot in a short time, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform we will not waver on that, Mr. Speaker. We have achieved a lot in this short time, and our commitment to reform will not waver. Those who doubt our resolve should not underestimate the determination of the people of Ghana, who will no longer tolerate ineffective governance. Together, we will navigate these turbulent times and emerge stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are making serious progress. Right Honourable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government of 60 ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the e-levy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the Burton tax. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing free tertiary education for all people with disability. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing dedicated source of funding for free secondary education. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap Get Fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the National Health Insurance. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reset Ghana. We are delivering. Right, Honorable Speaker, I call on Parliament, the business community, civil society, investors, and all citizens to support the bold reforms outlined in this budget. Together, Mr. Speaker, we have the power to build a resilient economy that will help us tackle the challenges we face as a country. This budget is a foundation upon which we will build a more resilient and equitable society. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about numbers. It is about a blueprint for growth, stability, and opportunity. With unity and determination, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with unity and determination, I repeat, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Right, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I invite this House to join hands with us as we work to build the Ghana we want together. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. Idebi Keke.
Honorable members. Honorable members, the Minister for Finance has taken 1 hour 40 minutes to make the statement. And I believe by our standing orders, the statement time is ended. We now move on to the commencement of public business. Item 8, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance.
Annual report on the petroleum fund for the 2024 fiscal year.
Honorable members, this refers to 8A Roman 1, and this has been presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. We now move on to 8A Roman 2.
Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2024 fiscal year.
Honorable members, this report is also duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I would now want to hear from the leaders. I saw the minority leader give an indication that he may want to have a word. Yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we have been presented with part 2 of the lamentation series. The part 1, Mr. Speaker, the part 1 was Mahamanomics. The part 2 is forcenomics. And it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that under the economy that they complain about, the growth was 5.7%. And under the reset economy, the growth is rather going down. You are projecting a 4-point-something growth. That is what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they complain about left us with 4 months of import cover, and they are projecting under reset 3 months. Mr. Speaker, these are the very people who managed the economy up to 2016 and left us with some IPP debts. Today they are telling us that they are coming to renegotiate the very disaster they left us. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are not debating today. We are giving an indication.
Honorable Minority Leader, please be guided by Order 91.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Very, very guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I may read Order 91.
Your statement was that you are not debating today.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are not making comment on it. We are not going to make comment today. 91, Mr. Speaker, when he makes a statement, we are supposed to comment on it.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm saying that we are not going to engineer the comment today. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are not ready. We are ready, but we think they are not ready.
Minority
so I'm
Leader.
only going to give an indication. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let the Minority Leader enjoy his bona fides for this minute. Just relax, Mr. Speaker.
I only want to draw your attention to the fact that you can only make comments.
Very well.
And the comments not more than 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in commenting on this statement by the Finance Minister, it is clear to all of us in this chamber that today they decided to populate this chamber Mr. Speaker, they populated this chamber with their members only to come.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Finance did not talk about the population of the chamber. So that is not part of the statement of the Minister. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that when the Finance Minister came to present his statement, for the first time after the inauguration, the swearing in, the majority side was heavily populated. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed what we can best describe as an Azan budget. Mr. Speaker, they are on much talked about for 24-hour economy. The president came here, they said it was not ready. The finance minister comes here, and again, the 24-hour economy policy is not included in his budget statement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country have been waiting for this 24-hour economy policy. The minister tells us the policy will be brought later. Hey, Ato, the policy will be brought later. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the jobs they promised the youth of this country was merely an Azam promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no inspiration from this budget. There is no hope in this budget. The repetition of the social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, and then the minister complained that some contracts at the road sector had no commencement certificate. Go to the Chain Homes Road. There is a road construction on the Chain Homes. There is a new road being constructed to the 10 rooms with a new roundabout. There is no commencement. We did a search. There is no commencement. There is no PP approval. You are doing, Mr. Speaker, you have started construction
minority leader. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. Please, comments. I have given you a privilege. Don't abuse it.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude my comments by saying that whereas the Minister of Finance told us that there will be heavy sanctions against all those who go contrary to the PFM Act, under his own administration, the Chain Homes Road is being constructed now. A new runabout is being constructed. Meanwhile, there is no commencement certificate. Meanwhile, there is no PP approval. Mr. Speaker, the sanctions must start with his own ministers. Mr. Speaker, we are ready for our comments. We know they are not ready, but if the minister is going to stay, Mr. Speaker, let us start the comments on this budget statement here and now, because this Azam budget, we cannot allow it to get onto the shelves for Ghanaians to think that there is any hope. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be comment to expose them. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader and I share something in common. We were both assemblymen. And when the Minister of Finance made the unprecedented announcement of a gargantuan sum of money for assemblymen, I saw the gleeful smile on his face. Unfortunately, it will not apply to ex-assemblymen. Mr. Speaker, this clearly is a budget of a government and a party that keeps its promises. Almost every promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama is being fulfilled in less than 120 days. This budget is a budget for Makola women. This budget is a budget for assemblymen. This budget is a budget for girls. This budget, sanitary pads, students, girls, students, sanitary pads, there's sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the men on this side have started using sanitary pads. Because the sanitary pads is for the female students. That's why I said girls. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget for school children. They will now get the set of textbooks that they need to study. And peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that delivers solid reforms. And this is a budget that is moving our growth from Galamsey growth to real growth. Mr. Speaker, by the time we finish implementing this budget, and by the time we finish implementing the three that will come after this one, Osunu Baya Nkitikiti. Osunu Baya Nkitikiti. Osunu Nkitikiti. To it, Mr. Speaker, the elephant will become small. Osunu Baya Nkitikiti.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader, the Minister for Finance did not talk about Osunu. So, Osunu is not part of the statement. Please.
Speaker was Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to assure my friend, the minority leader, that the road at Chain Homes that is being done is not a new project. It's not a new project. So don't. There's something else you want me to add. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that gives hope to Ghanaians. This is a budget that will stabilize the economy. This is a budget that will create jobs for the youth of this country. Because this is a budget that will stabilize the economy and provide the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and create jobs for the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, fishermen, Okada riders, taxi drivers, students, and the energy sector is going to be salvaged by the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Finance for making the statement and to assure my friend, the minority leader, that we are ready to debate their records and our records, and we are ready to demonstrate that the proposals contained in the statement of the Minister of Finance will indeed reset Ghana. Ghana is being reset. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, as I stated earlier on, this statement is not to be debated. You are to make comments on the statement. And to guide you, we are going to provide a few things for members because it's a transition. We used to debate budgets by making it a motion. Our standing orders from experience guided us to change it to a statement. And so last budget was a statement. And this one too is a statement. So it's a new field. And you need some guidance as to what to do during the course of that. If not, the Speaker will have a hell of trouble managing the House. So what we intend to do is to exhibit at the foyer budget statements since independence. You can go to the foyer and you get a budget statement since independence. We also have soft copies of handouts of budget statements with the pictures of the various ministers of finance. They will all be on display for you to go and either have a picture view or request for a copy so that you can, at your own leisure, go through it yourselves. There is a viewing session now of what has happened today, and that one too is available as a side attraction. You can go and have access and view it. We believe that this will assist you, and as we do that, we may focus on some of you, and we particularly want to project the excellent inputs that our ladies make on the floor as part of the affirmative action, a law that we passed. So we will give the ladies a priority or place in this feature. So with this, honorable members, I will proceed, since we've not yet done 5 hours, to put a question. And then you decide whether we should adjourn or not. So I'm going to put the question. Honorable members, I will allow the leaders to move the motion. So I will call on the minority leader. The minority leader wants to move the motion for adjournment.
Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that since 7th January, this is the first time the majority is entering this in full. So we can do some 2 more hours of comment before we move the motion for adjournment. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time we are having a full house. So, Mr. Speaker, let's give them the opportunity to comment, especially those who are not regular in this chamber. So, once we are done, we can then move the motion to adjourn the House. Mr. Speaker, that is my humble prayer. I don't know whether they would agree, but if they are in a hurry to go back home, Mr. Speaker, I would therefore move that this House be adjourned to enable them go back home.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the Minority Leader says is a reflection of the constitution of this site. It's testimony to the fact that when they are needed, they will be here. When they are needed, they will be here.
Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members. Please. Honourable members. The Winneba Choir sings. I want to repeat it. I'm sure you didn't hear what I was trying to say. The Winneba Choir sings better than you all. Majority Leader, you may now go on.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the minority have withdrawn from participating in the involvement in the development of this country. They started it and then they got the response. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I second the motion for adjournment.
Honourable members, those in favour of the motion for adjournment, say aye. Those against the motion for adjournment, say no. Majority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is rebellion on this side of the House because their leader moved the motion and they are rebelling against their leader. Leader, put your house in order. Watch your back.
Please, that is democracy. They are entitled to disagree, even with their leader. But yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very peaceful caucus. Mr. Speaker, I moved the motion for adjournment for the benefit of the majority. I has said to enable them go home and rest. But we are ready to work. So they are right. Then he has seconded, meaning that his people are tired.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House stands adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Welcome back to the studios. This is still GTV and GBC News.
Welcome back. We're still on the 2025 budget presentation, and everything is done from the August House. I'm sure the team that we have there will also come through with some of the interviews that will be conducted. We're monitoring to see if sometimes it's like the trend where the minority will hold a press conference, a brief one, just to give an overview of what they have heard from the finance minister. So let's see if that's going to happen again today. So we're monitoring the August House, but we'll still have with us Professor Patrick Esumi, economist, and we'll also have Daniel Sabote with us, who's also an economist and a lecturer as well. My colleague is here, Kwesi. It's done.
Yes, it is done.
It's now up to us to start analyzing. So taxes that we're expecting have been removed. E-levy is gone. COVID-19 is gone.
COVID-19 is gone.
Tax. Betting tax is gone. Yes, COVID-19 is gone. It's gone. Betting tax is gone.
Emission tax.
Emission tax. That's what I was trying to recall. Emission tax is also gone. We're hearing of the allocation of funds to
District Assembly.
District Assembly Common Fund and.
In fact, the assembly members are going to be
which
paid.
One has been uncapped? District Assembly Common
Fund, yes.
NHI levy
NHI levy as well. That's also
road fund uncapped, district assemblies common fund uncapped.
Okay, and we're seeing allocation to teachers and nursing training allowances.
And I think Get Fund has also been
Get Fund.
Yeah, Get Fund.
Okay, Get Fund is also uncapped.
Get Fund is also uncapped.
Okay, so basically, those are the highlights in my head. We can get into the details. Yes, online, and then we'll see what's going to happen. Who do we start with, Mr. Sumi? Do we start with you?
Yeah. Well, that was a lot, I think. In the main, I think it looks like the finance minister sought to ensure that almost all the promises that had been made are fulfilled. I think, for me, from the fiscal side, okay, so first of all, I think it was interesting to see the level of indebtedness of the country. I think we know that our debt levels are very high, but to hear, the extent of the indebtedness, I think that was quite alarming to hear. Not just from the main central government side, but also from the energy sector and then the cocoa sector.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that's, like I said earlier, minority definitely will hold some brief session. Let's cross over to them and take a listen.
Minister, when it came to the debt levels, the debt to GDP levels, the reality is that as of the end of last year, 2024, growth rate, real GDP growth, was 5.7%. And this was released just yesterday by the Ghana Statistical Service, confirmed by the minister today. We took over from the NDC in 2016 with a growth rate of 3.4%. 3.4% against 5.7%. And if you come to the projection for 2025, that is really disturbing and disappointing. An economy that was broken, recording 5.7%, and a reset economy, as we are being told, is projected to grow at 4%. How can we say that this reset economy will be better than the economy that President Mahama said was criminally mismanaged, and which grew at 5.7%? In terms of gross international reserves, again, by the end of 2024, we left with the NDC government $8.9 billion of gross international reserves. And that was the equivalent of 4 months of import cover. The NDC handed over in 2016 with import cover of 3.5%. 2016, we left them with 4 months of import cover. In this year's budget, 2025, they are projecting to achieve 3 months of import cover, which is even worse than what they recorded in 2016. Are we moving forward or we are moving backward? So if a broken economy could leave 4 months of import cover, how come a reset economy is contemplating going back to 3 months of import cover? Ladies and gentlemen, the debt to GDP of Ghana, they have made all the noise about the MPP government excessively borrowing. The debt to GDP at the end of 2024 was 61.8%. Debt to GDP ratio, 61.8%. NDC, when they left office in 2016, it was 73%. It was not until when the GDP was rebased in 2018 that it came to 56%. But the real debt to GDP when they left government was 73%. We left government with 61.8%. It means that Ghana is no longer heavily indebted. we have brought Ghana to debt sustainability path, and we are just left with little percentage points to achieve the IMF target of 55%. If you have 61.8%, we are talking about 6 percentage points to achieve the IMF target of 55%, which Ghana is supposed to achieve by 2028. But ladies and gentlemen, as of 2024, we already have achieved 61.8%. This economy, they said, was a broken economy, ended with a debt to GDP ratio of 61.8%. We have left with the NDC just 6 percentage points to achieve the 55%. But looking at the way they've started borrowing, I am worried. I am worried if they will not jeopardize the achievement, the gains that we have handed over to them. Trade balances have been confirmed today to be in surpluses. Trade balance is in surplus. The current account balance is in surplus. This cannot be a broken economy. The fiscal data was what the minister tried to use to misinform Ghanaians about the economy we handed over to them. The minister was quoting a fiscal deficit on commitment basis of about 8.3% and primary balance of about 3.7% deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, these are cooked figures. These are cooked figures. They have manipulated the data, and we know how they did it. They created a new line called unreleased claims, amounting to 49 billion Ghana cedis. And that is what they have put in the fiscal data to manipulate it to the levels of deficit they are complaining about. But I can tell you, we left a surplus primary balance. When we interrogate the data, every Ghanaian will know that we left a primary balance of a surplus of 0.7% on commitment basis. Ladies and gentlemen, they're talking about IMF, that we have breached the IMF program. I am so shocked that a Minister of Finance will be announcing the breach of the IMF program even before the IMF conducts the review. IMF is conducting the review in April. The Minister for Finance is already giving a judgment that we have breached the IMF program. This has never happened in the history of this country, that a minister will be happy for his country to breach when the IMF has not said so. And that should tell the Ghanaian the lamentation and the misinformation they are carrying out to the world. When a country breaches the IMF program, it has serious implications for attracting investment into the country. This Minister for Finance is appealing to investors to come to Ghana, and the same minister is telling them that the economy is bad when the evidence doesn't support what he said. Is he attracting investments, or he is driving away investments? This is not the way to govern a country. Gentlemen and ladies, the minister also talked about the $10 billion big push. $10 billion big push. And in this budget, he only allocated $800 million. $800 million to the big push projects in this budget. When they want to spend $10 billion, assuming they even average $1 billion, they increase it to $1 billion average a year, they will not even be reaching $5 billion by the end of their term. So the jobs they are promising Ghanaians, they are Sakawa jobs. The jobs will not come. They are already failing in their promise as far as the big push is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, they talked about the 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy is supposed to incentivize industry to grow the economy. We left government with industry performing 7%. But if you look at the average industry performance from this year, 2025, to 2028, by the time they leave government, it is only 5%. Average industry growth, 5% for the next 4 years. When the MPP recorded 7% in 2024. So the 24-hour economy is another Sakawa. The jobs they are promising will not happen. The budget did not address the cost of living issues. Cost of living issues haven't been addressed. Transport fares continue to increase. The budget did not address how they are going to ensure that petroleum product prices do not increase. And once petroleum product prices continue to increase, transport fares will continue to increase. This budget did not address that. This budget did not address energy bills, electricity bills. They didn't talk about how they are going to reduce energy bills. They didn't talk about how to decrease water bills. All these bills will continue to increase, looking at the indicators that we are seeing. And we thought that having campaigned on cost of living crisis and came to power with the support of the Ghanaian people, the least the government could do was to present a budget that will address the cost of living crisis in terms of transport fares, in terms of petroleum product prices, in terms of energy bills. But even when we come to taxes, the minister announced that they are abolishing VAT on motor insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, we were already not collecting VAT on motor insurance. VAT on motor insurance was exempted. Rather, the minister was trying to be smart. They have reintroduced VAT on non-life insurance, with the exception of the motor vehicle insurance. So all other insurance, given that the penetration of the insurance industry is just 1.1%, we are so shocked that the minister will reintroduce VAT on non-life insurance, except motor vehicle insurance. So let us not rejoice over the removal of these taxes, which we expected. What we did not expect was the reintroduction of VAT on insurance. They've also increased the growth and sustainability levy from 1% to 3% for the mining sector and extended the sunset period from 2025 to 2028. When you heard the minister talking about growth, he said that the growth was influenced by the extractives.
That's a lie.
And so, how can you tax a sector which is giving you growth? The sector that is giving you growth is the sector you want to go and tax. This is not good for industry. This is not good for economic growth. And this is not good for the development of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, betting tax that they said they have abolished. We never collected betting tax. We never implement the betting tax. So to come and tell Ghanaians that you have abolished something that was not implemented is to deceive the people of Ghana. My brothers and sisters, they are talking also about gold board. It's important I address this. The gold board, as you heard the minister talk about, is to be financed from the budget. The minister is allocating $279 million to the gold board. We have never funded the gold purchase program or gold for oil program from the budget. It's never happened. And so to fund the gold board from the budget, in our view, is just to put in money to be benefited by NDC cronies. It is to create loot and share. The Bank of Ghana was funding the gold for purchase program from a revolving fund, and therefore it did not affect the taxpayer. Now you have a gold board which is going to rely on the taxpayer. We think that this is creates loot and share, and we will resist it. Let me also say that the women banking that they said they were going to set up, they have allocated a paltry sum of 50 million Ghana cedis, 51 million Ghana cedis. 51 million Ghana cedis. And the capital requirement is 400 million for banks to be set up. So what are you telling Ghanaian women? Even when you have your vice president being the first woman to occupy that position, we are throwing dust in the eyes of the Ghanaian people, particularly our women who really need all the support we can provide to them. Let me add also on free senior high school program. Free senior high school program is so important for Ghanaians. The NDC, as the minister said, indicated that there is no dedicated funding for free senior high school. That is not true. That is not true. The free senior high school program is funded from the goods and services component of ABFA. That is how we have funded free senior high school. Now he is deciding to uncap GET fund with the view to using the uncapped amount to fund free senior high school. But GET fund is for infrastructure. GET fund is used for infrastructure. Free senior high school is mostly about goods and services. And this is why we applied the goods and services component of the ABFA to fund free senior high school program. Very soon, Ghanaians will see whether they can provide sustainable funding for free senior high school. These are all attempts to come back and tell Ghanaians that it's difficult to fund free senior high school, and therefore parents should pay. That is what they are trying to do. But we will expose them anytime they try to do this. Also, we had a dedicated funding source for it. We were funding it with the CAPEX component of ABFA allocated to GIF. The minister is taking that money from GIF. He has indicated that GIF will no longer have that money, which means that there will not be any dedicated funding for Agenda 11 projects, and which means that the president does not intend to complete these projects, which are needed badly by our people in all the districts across the country. They are also talking about allocating some money for nurse allowance and teacher allowance. We thought he would have commended the NPP government. After they abolished nurse allowance and teacher allowance, we brought it in. They are continuing with it, and they are allocating money towards it, and they want to take credit for this. This cannot happen. If you recall, the Minister for Education said teacher training allowance was no longer going to be viable. But the Ghanaian people, led by we, the mighty minority, we chastised them. We condemned that attempt to end teacher training allowance. And this is why they have chickened out. And instead of admitting to the Ghanaian people that they've gotten some sense from the mighty minority, they want to take credit for that. I thank you very much, but I want to assure you that this is just preliminary response. Tomorrow, we have a major press conference to give a comprehensive response. It is not going to be for girls. It's going to be for all Ghanaians, all the Ghanaian people. Thank you very much. So this budget is called what? Ndada budget. Ndada budget.
Welcome back. So the budget is described as Ndada budget, according to the minority, as the majority also came through with the fact that they are presenting a budget that is resetting the economy.
Obviously expected. I mean, you are not expecting the MPP to be saying anything. This is the tradition of the House. Anytime a budget is read, if it was read by the NPP, you would have seen the NDC, coming up with all the loopholes and the things that they can pick out and put out. So that's what the Honorable Amin has done. But he alludes to the fact that the minister accepted some things or stated some things that they were expecting. For example, the growth rate of 5%, 0.7%, and some other things, the import cover, gross international reserves, and so on and so forth. But, Prof, the Minister, as Annie says, is that the budget presented is in the other budget. I mean, you have gone through the entire thing.
Yeah, so I think, like I was saying, the debt situation, and also it was troubling to hear that we ended the year, worse than we thought. So I think to see that we didn't meet our fiscal target, and it's not just by a small amount. I think what the minister said, the target was about a surplus of about 0.3, and then we did 3.9. That is the primary balance. And then if you look at the overall balance, we're talking about 7.9%. That really is a huge setback. You always, at least I always got the sense that you really get to know how we have spent, how we have done in terms of sticking with us, our IMF targets and our budgetary targets after the election is done and after a new government has taken place. Because there has always been enough looseness in our systems to allow a government to run more than budgeted, even with an IMF program in place. Then I think the other thing that struck me was the targets that have been set. In particular, the decision to actually reduce spending for government spending from 2020 between 2024 and 2025. That's quite extraordinary. I think to see that you'll be able to find, usually to grow the expenditure by a small amount is seen like something that is common. But to move from one year to another and actually marginally reduce the spending, it was quite extraordinary. So I think that stands out. But we'll wait and see how that pans out. Now, so if you look at the other targets, some of them look pretty ambitious. I think the growth target, given that 2024 we did 5.7, I think a reduction of 4. But that perhaps is an anticipation of the finance minister clearly saying that they are going to introduce a shock therapy. I mean, try to bring a substantial reduction in the level of spending. And government is the biggest spender. So you see, then the inflation target is also to reduce it to 11.9, I believe. That is more or less halving the inflation from where we have. And then the gross international reserves, well, it set a target which seems a little lower than what we achieved in 2024. But I think one of the things that I noted, one of the things that was a confirmation was the fact that 2026 and 2026 going upward is going to be a very difficult year for debt servicing. Because if you look at the debt exchange that we did,
the figures you quoted, the legacy ones said we have to continue paying till 2028, and I wrote them here. It's good that you are bringing them up.
Because it's something that if you follow how we've done the debt restructuring, that's exactly what we've done. We've pushed the problem further up. So we realize that most of after 2026 is where the real difficulty of servicing the debt kicks in. And I think the numbers were laid bare for all of us to see.
So, Doc, the minister said that, yes, even though he acknowledges a 5.7% growth, 4 months import cover and so on and so forth, he calls it a galamsey induced growth. And the former Minister of Finance, who is at par with him, says that their current budget is in the other budget.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting anything different from the former finance minister. It has been a tradition where everything is wrong when it is not from a particular party. So he coming out to say that it's a galamsey budget, I wasn't surprised. But realistically, you could see that with the fiscal consolidation that they intend embarking upon this year, definitely I wasn't expecting growth, GDP growth to go beyond the 4.0 that he mentioned, because definitely you are going to restrict payments, you are going to restrict spending. And you talk of GDP spending from government, from companies, from individual households, and all that. So we need to be very realistic. You see, I see this budget to be more of they giving us the real picture that they are anticipating this year. Okay, and I like one thing: the reforms, that they'll be bringing or they will sending to Parliament, certain reforms. And if you look at the Fiscal Responsibility Act, ever since this act was suspended, government have always been relying on the non-operationalization of this act to be spending beyond the 5%. So if this government intends bringing it back and even to review it, I think even if you decide to make it 4, it will be better. Because one, you have to be disciplined in terms of your spending. And they have set the pace, okay? Look at the number of ministers that have been appointed so far, from 125 to 60. It tells you that the government is aiming at reducing costs, okay? So they are not just doing the talking. And we expect that we should see lots of improvement in terms of our revenue generation. Because if you look at the reforms that they will be introducing, it must also lead to we increasing our tax revenue. I think that with this initiative of asking the sectorial ministers to go to Parliament and present whatever they intend achieving is also an innovation. And of course, I believe whatever they'll be presenting have already been captured in the main budget, but they are just going to give us a detail, which of course is also very good. Now, let's look at the free SHS. All along, we've been asking for sustainable sources of funding the free SHS. And I've been told where they'll be getting the money from. And I think that it is something that we have to embrace. Now, when you get to the education sector, monies have been allocated for our brothers and sisters living with disability, that they'll be enjoying free tertiary education, free SHS and all that. And it's a good thing. And with this tertiary students, first years, also not paying academic user fees, it's also good. Okay, but you look at all these attempts to alleviate the sufferings of Ghanaians, then the question is, are we in a position to compensate for this kind of expense, for the revenue that government has to part with to alleviate the sufferings of Ghanaians? And I'm convinced that they should be able to do that. Look, if they manage to bring out reforms that will enhance compliance when it comes to tax, we should be able to do that. Look at the number of...
The tax refund threshold has been reduced. You saw that.
Yes.
So that's a way of, you are cutting the tax,
yes,
and then you are reducing the refund as well. Obviously, and I've seen on social media, I think some people think that it would bring in revenue.
But I think you mentioned something about zero record of tax refund recorded in, was it 2023 or 2024?
It was only a percentage that had been done. We'll look out for that.
Yeah. And I'm also looking forward to they granting tax amnesty. Okay, just to encourage people to also make do with whatever.
I don't know, but I'm very averse to tax amnesty.
The amnesty is good. You see,
it's good. I get you. I'm not saying tax amnesty is bad.
Yes.
I'm just saying that with the condition and situation that we find ourselves in, it's just something that...
The whole thing is discretionary, right? So if the people have to pay, and it's long overdue, they are not paying, as a government, what do? Fine, you can decide that the penalties will be waived. You can decide that they will not be subjected to any form of prosecution. So there are so many options. Okay, the fact is that they have to pay, and they are not paying. And on record, we have that to prove. What do we do to bring them on board? That is where a government will decide to embark on a tax amnesty over a period, a short period, if it is 1 month, 2 months. Okay, ask people who are supposed to pay and they haven't paid, come forward, and then we negotiate. I think in a way it will also raise revenue for government. That is not to say that we should allow the people to evade and then later we grant them the amnesty. No. But those who are supposed to pay the tax liabilities in the system, what are we doing to?
But there are peculiar problems which needs to be addressed also. For example, for startups and for smaller businesses, you would go to the GRA and you don't know how they calculate their taxes for startups in whichever industry. So, for example, you're a pharmacy, you're a startup, you're a retail pharmacy. You go in and in the month or 2 months, they calculate a certain amount for you. And you don't know how they came by that amount, and you think that it is too huge for you as a startup who is paying electricity bill, paying utilities, paying water bill, and so on and so forth, paying rent, and even paying the pharmacist. And you don't know how much, you are not even making revenue yet, and you have to go to GRA and pay that amount. Yes. How is government supporting and providing the conducive environment for you to thrive, to even recruit the medical counter assistance, which is job provision, and supporting the economy also?
Yes, so as a government, you should know that one of the ways by which you can encourage people to be honoring their tax obligation is to also help them keep proper books of accounts. Okay, because how will you calculate their tax liability if they are not keeping proper books of account? So just don't walk into a shop and then you look at the items there and say that, no, I presume that you'll be earning
this is which is the practice today.
I think we shouldn't be so. Okay.
Let's engage Mr. Joe Fiokansi. He's joined us
again. Okay.
Yes, again via Zoom. He's a tax analyst, so maybe on the ground, basically, he can tell us more. Mr. Kanse, you're welcome back. I'm sure you went through the budget with us. Good afternoon.
Anna, I've been here. I never went. I was online also.
Wow, interesting. Yes. All right, so I'm sure you've heard. You've heard from Mr. Dr. Sabote. You know what is being said.
Doc, a quick one to Doc. Doc, you know, humility. I'm on my knees. I'm begging Doc on the issue about the tax amnesty. Doc, I beg you.
Oh, you agree with me that we shouldn't be discussing tax amnesty at this time?
Like Anne rightly said, I beg you. Let's not go there. Not today, not tomorrow. Let's not go there. I know what I'm saying. I mean, let Doc one note that respectfully I'm saying it is a very regressive way of going about it. And you owe 10 million, I owe 1 million. One of Prof over there owes 30,000, and then we are granted amnesty. You get more than I get. That is first to start with.
You know,
and it is a strategy of some of the people.
So, Mr. Kanse, let me make this point. Now, my first reason of kicking against tax amnesty, I know is something that has been provided within the economy we can enjoy as businesses, foreign businesses, local business, we can all enjoy. But there's some unfairness in the application of tax amnesty, which I think the political class, as an allegation, the political class is enjoying and benefiting than the people that must actually enjoy tax amnesty. So you see that they are behind companies.
Exactly.
They have cuts in companies, and they just are focused on, because it's within their permit and purview, they decide which companies are given the tax amnesty. They take it to Parliament, they pass, and then they go away with it.
Thank you so much for making my work easy for me, my dear.
Right.
It is actually like exemptions. The exemptions regime, I was one of the people who were against it. Exactly.
Okay, I don't know if you're having feedback. Are you having some feedback?
I can hear you now.
Okay, okay, so you can go ahead.
Yes.
We're listening.
So like I was saying, it is very regressive, like you have said in taxation language, we say it's a regressive approach. It is going to give more to the rich people and very little to the poor people. And in some cases, they don't even get anything at all. The downtrodden people, the market women at Okaishi, and then the rest of the sellers at Domi don't get some of this amnesty you're talking about, you know. So really, it goes to the top class, and it targets their force and their class, who are supposed to pay these huge amounts of money. It's like the case of the exemptions regime. So honestly, I would prefer we leave that one. Now let's come to where you were talking about the removal of the taxes. I think, like we all predicted, it's been good. They've cleared some of the taxes. The COVID, because it was attached to the VAT, they are looking at actually reviewing the VAT to remove the COVID, and then the other one where the GET fund levy actually. Also, the issue about uncapping the GET fund, uncapping the NHI levy, uncapping these levies that they've spoken about. I think it's a good thing.
I'm sorry. Please, before we get to the uncapping, let's still stay a little longer with the taxes. So there's been, which of course, Ms. I'm sure yesterday you remember we did a bit of some talk about the tax, what's it called, expanding the tax net. I'm not sure. Yes, I'm not sure what we're getting wrongly. And for you, I've had discussions with you on expanding tax nets for many years now. I'm not sure if we are not, creating the right strategy of expanding tax nets. So
you see,
I'm not sure which business is under informal or under the informal sector. What business should be captured under small-scale businesses? Which one have been captured in our books? And how we would deal with expanding tax nets. It's just a cliche. We've been dealing with it for many years. There's no effort. You don't see any effort. We talk about it, but there's no effort in seemingly to attempt even expanding the net. What's going on within this taxation sector?
With the expansion of the tax net, I think we have done some work, but a lot needs to be done. For example, in our initial discussion, I mentioned to you, even in the data that is available from the GRA score line, they always say that about 70% of the persons supposed to be paying taxes are in the informal sector. However, sardonically, only about 10% of these people are paying taxes. We've always spoken to them. You need to expand the tax net. How do you do this? Let me take one sector for you, the construction industry. We've told them the artisans within this industry are actually earning a lot of money. You are talking about carpenters who are roofing buildings and taking 40,000, 60,000, 70,000 cedis. These persons have 2 or 3 concurrent contracts running. They are using this, their hands, their hand boys, and their apprentices, and they are making this money. All you need to do, we've told them, is when these contractors are going for the building permit, let them do well and ensure that all these artisans who will be working on their projects are on the permits, so that you use the Ghana card which you use to register these people to get on this document, and then ensure that the masons, the carpentries, the carpentry workers, the plumbing workers are all on board, so that you can use that one to get a withholding tax from the contractors for government to benefit. The night and dawn economy, as you well know, people are cutting goods worth 60 and 70,000 in big trucks and bringing to the Domi market, Malata markets at dawn. By 4 a.m. they are there. They unpack these wares into the small Kia trucks. They are done with business for the day. Who is there actually taxing them? So we've said to government, while you want to do this, expand this tax net, create opportunity as well. If you talk about expanding the tax base, if you are training people and have industrial parks, at that industrial park, like your colleague said, teaching them about the bookkeeping and all those things, when you establish a park like that, an industrial park, you can easily do that and get them to do that and then benefit all of us by actually teaching them the bookkeeping, granting them some support at the industrial parks, and ensuring that once they are on record, they can be paying some taxes to government. So once you are expanding the taxes by giving people loans and support, you bring them on board using their Ghana card, and then you are able to reach them and tax them. I think these are some of the things.
Was that the purpose of the industrial park? And was that the purpose of the industrial park? And is this doable? The way you are suggesting, is this doable?
You see, government has several projects that they are running.
Maybe it's doable, but is it realistic?
Okay, so you see these guys who are repairing phones and basic petty trade skills, okay? You want to give them some support. So when you give them support and you establish these industrial parks, you are sure that they are in a location you can easily locate them. What happens in the industrial park is that you have 3 or 4 sets or 2 sets of persons using same machines within same enclave. And when they are doing this, they are able to be there for you to train them give them the capacity. You also introduce them with a little slight capital to keep them in business. And while they are doing business in this industrial park, you are easy to locate them, teach them bookkeeping as well, and then also tax them. Okay. So you give the money, you invest the money, properly targeting and investing the funds from the Youth Enterprise Agency and all those projects that you are going to be starting and pumping into that wonderful initiative where you are talking about pumping about 10 billion cedis into push and everything else. You make sure you properly target them, and then you get your returns. It's not only about just running these projects. You run them well. Those beneficiaries, you make sure you have good records of them and teach them the bookkeeping, like my senior rightly said in there, and ensure that once you allocated them and have allocated these funding and training capacities to them, you are able to keep records on them and then recoup their personal income tax from them and their company income tax. You are well to do this one. When you do that, you'll be expanding the tax base and also be expanding the tax net to cover them because, of course, they are within your reach because you gave them the support.
Okay. Right, let's engage. Let's engage you as well. I'm not sure what your take is. Or hold on.
Yeah,
what just do you think? Because I think he directly rebutted.
Yes. You see, sometimes we do abuse some of these privileges. Okay, but I think that we can decide as a country or as a nation to effectively use this amnesty. Okay, just in an attempt to increase government revenue. Because if the people have to pay and they are not paying, what do you do?
But the reasons we have assigned to why we both are against.
So yes, so now when it comes to expanding the tax, I just want to add something small. They can also decide to use associations of these artisans. Okay, we should have associations either at the district level, at the regional level, and then at the national level. Where this so if it is plumbers that we have, they should form an association at the district level, at the regional level, and then at the national level. So there should be certain packages for belonging to an association. Now, it is very easy to trace and then ensure that companies or contractors who have hired artisans can easily honor their tax obligation. But what about the individuals? Okay, so with the individuals, you can then decide to encourage them to form associations, and they can be dealing directly with the association. So if there is an association of plumbers, and then you have their platform, you have their contact, and you need a plumber to come and work in your home, all that you do is just to put in a request, and then somebody will become recommended. There is a platform where all payments will be channeled through, and definitely by so doing, it will not be easy. Right from the beginning, but with constant dedication and intuition, they should imbibe into this.
All right.
Yes.
We're actually wrapping up. We're kind of.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we're wrapping up. So.
Yeah. So I think on the issue about the tax rebate, tax exemption, or tax amnesty or something. For me, it is a complete no-no. Yeah. I don't think we shouldn't entertain anything like that again. Consistently, is political actors who abuse it to award the people who are in their
we've done it over the years, and every time you introduce a policy, you want to see the effect of the policy. So over decades, what has tax amnesty done for us?
Well, has anybody done an analysis,
data-backed report? To be able to determine for us what's exactly
I was expecting that the finance minister would speak a little bit more about what to do with the exemptions policy. I think in his vetting, he made it clear that he wasn't a big fan of the exemptions. But I think he also said that they are consulting with the IMF on VAT reforms. And VAT is one of the areas where there are a lot of exemptions. So I'm just hoping that by then, to be addressed. I think this whole idea about flat rate, what category, this alternative system, I think it was good to hear that they're going to abolish it.
Scrap it entirely. I saw that one too. Yeah.
And then this computation about this is levy, this is trade
levy, 2.5, COVID levy 2.5, on top of the 15%.
Merging them is a good idea. And I'm sure businesses will be happy to hear that because, look, we've been paying taxes on taxes. If you go to if you bought something and they give you a VAT receipt, you see that they compute all the levies come to the total before they impose the final
Especially
tax.
at the restaurants, when you buy food from a restaurant, you take the receipts.
It's not only at the restaurant, actually. That's what has been happening. So they will compute the levy before they compute the tax. So you end up paying a tax on the levy, which is not acceptable. So let's wait and see what will come up with. Hopefully, that those reforms will address the exemptions. And then I think, ultimately, many people will be happy. It appears that there's been a very positive sentiment since the new government has come in. And it appears that...
I think what the government sought to do was to appeal to the immediate needs of what the people were complaining about. Take away the e-levy, take away the COVID, take away this one, take away that one. So they attend to it. And then later, because the minority has also raised very cogent points that we have to consider. You're looking at your industrial growth. We're looking at cost of living. You didn't address that. We're looking at how, job
I'm not sure if they didn't address. I think it's a matter of whether you like what they said about that. Because the finance minister did speak about, there's a whole section about, addressing the food inflation, addressing inflation and exchange rate. And he did list a number of policies. I think whether you think it will be enough or not. So, for instance, he says that they are going to put in measures to increase food production. He's spoken about measures to try and help stabilize the city, including the Ghana Gold Board. He also thought that the forward auction by the BOG will continue. These are some of the measures that he listed under those. So it's a matter of whether you think that these measures are what we need and whether it will work or something else.
I'm excited about the fact that at least the two people from the academia who are experts, not supposed to be experts, actually experts, are positive about the budget. Because from the beginning, I would have maybe, quote unquote, concluded that it is a populist budget if you don't take care, because we have, or a lot of people have made certain comments, certain expectations, abolished this, cancelled this, without proper economic basis, or without proper analysis of, for example, as we talk about revenue mobilization, as we talk about how to ensure sustenance for the growth, for example, the growth of the GDP, for example, and other macroeconomic indicators, for example. But it also goes to speak that it wasn't only people who, for want of better words, do not necessarily understand the economics of the country or how the budget is prepared to ensure growth of the country, but then again, experts who understand how the economy should be run. When we were talking about e-levy and had also spoken, we're expecting that truly e-levy would be cut. And if, Prof, you would remember, we had considered either a restructure of e-levy or a total abolition. And I was asking the question, why don't we consider a restructure? Because when it was being introduced, it was around 1.7. We had arguments over and over again with industry, with the academia, with everybody to bring it to maybe 1.5 and then eventually 1%. But Prof, you had stated specifically it has to go. And yes, it is gone. We had spoken about COVID levy also. You stated it has to go. And yes, it is gone. We're talking about betting tax, juxtaposing it with the road tolls. Now it is gone, road tolls is coming. So for me, I think that they may have listened to you and not necessarily being populist, but also considering. The next big question for me is what you began the whole show with, asking, how do we mobilize revenue to sustain the economy, which the finance minister should necessarily consider and stay on. But I'm still happy about the fact that, yes, economists, finance experts have spoken. This is how they think the country should go. The finance minister probably, maybe out of the National Economic Dialogue or other fora, have listened to you. And so you must be excited. But we should also consider and look at how we would mobilize revenue.
I think one issue that we have to also address is the issue of how will this incentive translate in economic growth. If you are taking off e-levy, how will e-levy translate in economic growth? How will it translate in lowering the standard or the cost of living of the citizenry? We need to look at all these things. Other than that, as you earlier mentioned, it will just be a populist.
And probably probably compute.
Yes.
Because what we haven't done is to gather the data and compute, especially the reduction of government expenditure. Government size is cut down.
Yeah.
How much are we making from
Yes,
that
the savings, yeah.
reduction? So that we can juxtapose.
But you see also that, Prof, Finance Minister, like you said, has been listening. If you watched the presentation well, there were points, and I need to go through my notes again, points where he had stated that we are cutting this and we'll be redirecting it into this sector of the economy. We are cutting this down. We're expecting, I think there was a point where he said they are saving 180 million from one of the programs which they are restructuring, and they will be redirecting that amount to a different sector of the economy. So maybe, yes, we need to see it in its robust form. However, it looks as if he's listening.
Yes, no, I think it's one of the biggest criticism against the previous government was that when we needed to cut, when we needed to do consolidation, it chose the approach to focus on raising more taxes. The clear difference from the approach for this government is that right at the outset, it says that their consolidation will be expenditure driven. And we clearly see that from there. So I think that's why you see we are going to return to giving nurses and nursing training and teacher training the allowances. Whether you agree with it or not, it's really like transferring something that government used to spend to households. So I think, that complete shift, because the complaint about the size of government were legitimate. So it appears that the government has taken that on board and decided that a lot of the savings are now going to be sent back to
household.
Exactly.
So you have, let's not forget the 850,000 Ghanaians pushed down the poverty line. Is this going to, turn things round where we have these savings being shifted back into household?
So, well, there's one point where the finance minister clearly says that they are increasing. There are a lot of points about social protection.
Yes.
They are increasing the number of LEAP beneficiaries. This LEAP is a cash transfer program for the poorest.
Livelihood empowerment.
By about 50,000 households.
Yes.
By July. And then they've increased the amount. They are also increasing the NHI, they're also increasing the school feeding. They are increasing.
And they have uncapped the NHI levy to be able to support the scheme. They are uncapping even Get Fund to support these young people going into schools, especially within the local territory.
All this communicates a clear shift in policy from what the previous government did. The previous government said, no, all these earmark funds, I don't want it. I'm going to centralize the funds and decide how to spend it. This government is doing the opposite. It says that all the capping, I'm not going to assign what is due to be assigned to which entity and let them spend it. And he even spoke about making sure that at least 80% of what is due the DDACF, the district assemblies, go to them. So that's a complete change in the direction of how the fiscal policy is being managed from the previous regime. And I think ultimately, on one hand, you can say it's populist by giving the difficulty that Ghanaians have had to endure.
Exactly.
Since the launch of the DDEP and its attendant problems, perhaps you say that it's fair to say...
But it didn't only come from the general populace. It also came from sectors that we deem very relevant to the fabric of the economy and the growth of the economy. But I have one question which would lead to the other. The political will in all of these. I mean, we are excited about what the finance minister had presented. And if you remember, from the beginning, I had said that, well, from where I sit, I'm expecting our cameras to be at Abosi Okayen, to be at the betting tax company locations and so on and so forth.
They have not come through, but
yes, and I'm expecting people to jubilate. We saw this in 2017 when Ufuriata mounted, I think 17th November or somewhere November, March 2017. We saw people jubilating, and the story was we are cutting taxes and increasing production. That was the time. Now, some years down the line, we are back talking about too many taxes on our heads and then not being able to talk about production. The structure of the economy, the Gothenburg economy. The fact that we are not being able to employ more people because we are not producing. We are still staying within the space of agric and the service, not doing a lot of manufacturing, and so on and so forth. So we come back to most of these discussions where we are not able to expand the economy properly. Is that the political will, first of all? And then will we be able to? I didn't see too much of production. We have stayed too much in the finance and how to immediately organize the economy. I don't know if you got the same sentiment as I got.
Yeah, I think
let me begin with you.
The minister mentioned import substitution. Mm-hmm. And of course, it means that we are ready to cut down on our importation, especially those things that we can produce here in Ghana. We talk of our produce like the rice and then the other cereal, poultry, and that will help us save a lot. Okay, so if this government is able to do that, I'm sure it will go a long way to alleviate the sufferings of Ghanaians, because a chunk of our resources go into feeding, whatever we feed ourselves with. We spend so much. And unfortunately, we have to also spend a lot in importing all these things. And there is always a strain on our scanty foreign currency. Okay, but one interesting thing is that 2024, per the Statistical Service report, that 2024, this country recorded surplus in terms of our payments. But it did not directly increase or appreciate our local currency. So it tells you that it's not just about recording surplus, but how will it affect your currency, the strength of the cedi. We saw the cedi still depreciating, even though we had all these surpluses. So it means we need to go beyond it and make sure that we substitute some of the things that we can easily produce here in this country. 2024, we heard of importation of cassava, and then the minister came out to justify that it was for industrial use. So the question is, can't we also produce similar produce for industrial use and then save the scanty dollars that we have in the system? So yes, the political will must be there. And I'm happy with the kind of boldness that the government has exhibited in bringing back the roto, because it's something that we have been calling for.
In an innovative way. Like I said earlier, we don't want to see that overhead thing, cars passing through and parking. And there are potholes there, and we are staying there, going through too much traffic. At the same point where we are making payments.
I don't even see why we should have a toll booth in this era to be collecting a roto. I would rather suggest that, look, we should rather add it to our roadworthy renewal, the road certificate. We renew it every year. And
so with productivity, which he raised, I think that there's been the issue of fighting galamsey, and what the government also, I think, largely have spoken about is in the efforts of fighting galamsey, we're focusing more in agric or on agric, and putting some finances, of course, in the budget. I didn't hear allocation to the agric ministry, but as he has indicated that they're going to have the ministers themselves.
They did the 1.5 billion cedis for the new initiatives.
Okay.
There is allocation of 1.5 for the Feed Ghana, for the
Exactly. So I think it's not that we wouldn't hear, we haven't heard anything about productivity. I'm sure the government is thinking that they've already made so much allocation to productivity. Now we really also have to focus on saving revenue by blocking wastage, and also seeing to other, and blocking wastage. I think they also mentioned the Financial Management Act.
Yes.
Of making sure that we stick to that. And that's all going to be a way of saving money. Already it is thinking of looking at food production, that what we can provide in this country. Well, why not put some money to it? So I think that's what, in fact, that's what I heard, or that's what my opinion really is in terms of production or productivity. I don't know, Prof, if you have anything, but you're looking at me.
I think, in the main, the government, the budget says the right things. Mentioning import substitution, I think is the right thing to do. There are some things that we import that we should not be importing. It shouldn't be happening. And I think for the first time in a while, I now heard some argument some, in my view, believable argument about how the 24-hour economy is going to work. Every time I've spoken about it, it's been questioned.
But I agree with you.
This time, there's a clear communication that is going to be driven by boosting domestic demand, connecting to production, trying to do import substitution.
I think I wrote something.
So I think that so there are questions, there are issues, policies and programs to address them. The only question I want to put is that, look, we've been here before. They were not given in the same breath. If you fast forward, the first budget that Mr. Oforiatta read, you know, all these government programs to boost domestic production, to increase productivity, we had it before. I think, you know, what should be different is commitment to do it. And I think we've seen one or two things in the budget to suggest that probably the government is probably now committed to doing things differently. And so let's hope that that is the same. Let's give the government all the support that it can get. After all, if these programs work and the economy is doing well, it's doing it for all Ghanaians. Okay. So I think that's important.
So one of the places that when it comes to betting, you see a lot of our youth thronging to betting places is Jamestown. And Dominic is already, you know, positioned himself there. So let's see how the euphoria looks like. Let's cross over to Dominic as he takes us through what the youth is thinking. Hello, Dominic.
Up in Parliament. 2025 budget was read today and just ended with Dr. Kaisela Toforsen, the finance minister in Parliament. And I'm looking into that. Taxes has been a concern of this country, and about 5 taxes has been scrubbed off completely right in Parliament. One tax that has really took to the heels of the youth has to do with the betting tax. We are now in Jamestown Palladium. I wanted to engage with some betting sports to find out the reaction so far. So we have in our midst, you can see at the background, we have a couple of youth here, Ghanaian youth situated here in Jamestown. We want to find out from them what has happened in Parliament, how are they taking it. You are live on Metro News.
Thank you.
Well, talk to us. 10% tax, that was on betting tax, has been scrubbed off completely. How do you make of it?
See, I don't know what I go talk safe. The way I make up in me, if I watch for TV top Friday, where they talk to and then come out the tax. Charlie man, see, I chop 100 cedis safe. No tax. They don't go come out tax. So man, what I go talk we say, God bless mama. Make God bless mama. Man, that be all I go talk.
Thank you very much. So all that he is saying is he's very happy with a new invention that has to do with scrapping off, the 10% tax on bets or lottery. And then we still want to find out from some prospects here. What do you also make of it? Your friend said he's so happy that a 10% tax has been scrapped off. What do you also make of it?
Okay, that one is truly real because we are all happy. Because the thing, if we even put 10 cedi in a bet, well, if we chop 20 cedi and we are removing the money, then they will give us only 15 cedi or something. Whilst they've done nothing for us.
So how much have you staked today?
Today, I can show you proof. 50 cedi. Okay. 50 cedi right now.
So how much are you expected to win?
Oh, I want to win almost billions. So
at that time, let's say if you win 5,000 Ghana cedis, the 10% on it, how much do government take from you?
If I win 5,000, they can remove almost 1,000 plus. Yeah, they can remove 1,000 plus. Yeah, it's not good at all. So now that they've removed the tax from we like it like that.
Have you also staked something today?
Yeah.
Because I saw you inside there busily on your computer.
Copied. I was there. I'm staking. They have chopped me almost 2.2. Right?
Oh, just today.
Yeah.
So how much money do you have on you now?
Well, I don't have nothing right now, but I'm going home. I'm going. All right, thank you. I'm going. One thing I want to tell. One thing I want to say is that not only the betting tax too, the betting tax too. Mobile money too is part.
Right. Even though you are taking e-levy off, COVID-19 levy is also off.
If you want to buy a drink, if a drink safe, then go come out tax. All right, ready there. It be true. If you want to buy a drink, they have come out. You want to pay tax. You have paid tax already. It's there. Yeah. All of us will suffer in Ghana inside.
Right. So do you also want to say something? So President Mahama has abolished right in Parliament the 2025 budget read by Dr. Kaisela Toforsen. The finance minister reads that 10% betting tax on lottery, like you guys situated here, sticking your bets on footballs, has been scrapped off. We wanted to find out, what is your reaction so far?
My reaction is that the economy is very hard. Things are tough. And anytime we approach them, most of the time the sellers, they try to tell us their mind.
Yes,
because
if they're bad tax
shut up, let me talk.
Go on.
The economy is very hard. If your money, if you don't have enough money on you, then there will be a problem. There are always rumors, violence, fights going on.
So the thing is, you don't have enough money. The little money you have in sticking your lottery, also government takes 10%. So that is a concern.
Yeah.
So now that 10% has been taken off, what do you make of it?
What we make of it is we need some jobs. If the government is willing to create an opportunity for the young guys, that's great.
No more tax.
Yeah, that's what we are. That's what we need. That's what we need. We need jobs, opportunities, employment. Yeah. Employment. That's good. That sounds very good.
One will ask that, how prepared are you should employment come to your doorstep? And what are you looking at in your jurisdiction or your field of academia? What have you studied? What qualification do you have? And in this case, when an opportunity comes, what will you tell the public out there? Like you are telling leadership that we need employment. We don't need the betting tax is okay for you to take it off, but we need jobs in order to feed on and feed our families.
To support each other. To support each other so that there will be no more violence. What we need is jobs, opportunities. You guys should create opportunities for the young guys around. Yeah, that's what I have to say. That's what I have to say. That's all.
No more tax.
Because the E11 is dragging us down.
Yeah, it is bringing us down.
Yeah, for real.
They have taken it off. E-levy has been abolished also. COVID-19 has been abolished also.
Oh, that's great. If that's on there, that's good. We give thanks. We give thanks and we appreciate the one who did that. We really appreciate. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. So we can see some traders here we would like to also engage in. They are also traders. We all we want to find out from them what is really going on in their minds and how things are faring so far. There have been 5 taxes that have been abolished completely. They have abolished the withholding tax on winning from lottery. We also have electronic transfer levy has been abolished. And then we are looking at emission levy on industries and vehicles have been abolished. And then also VAT on motor vehicle insurance policies have been abolished. And then the almighty betting tax that has really, gathered the youth to also, sing praises and joy. I would like to also engage from this woman. She's a trader. You are live on Metro News. Can you talk to us? Right, so she's shy, she cannot speak to us. So as you heard, we are here located at Jamestown. Here is Palladium, situated here at a betting spot and engaging some of the prospects here, the youth here. They are concerned, they are quite happy, and all praises to President Mahama for doing this for them. Also, they are also calling for jobs, that employment should be on the speed in order for them to get something to do so that they cannot resort to this as a livelihood. For Metro News, my name is Dominic Nana Kwame Nansapra.
No more E-levy.
Thank you.
All right, really excited about Dominic's interaction with the young men there. What really excited me was the question of what can you do? What do you want to do so that if this betting is taken away, you can have something which is an alternative? And it was interesting, the response that came from the young man. Mrs. Sabute.
So, I was happy hearing this young man telling us that he would prefer to be given jobs to do, but in the absence of jobs, he's compelled to go into betting. We shouldn't be too excited that they have scrapped the betting tax. I think our focus should be on how do we create more jobs for the youth. And technical education is a solution. Creating that kind of atmosphere for people to get themselves trained and acknowledging their contribution to national development will really help. Okay, we should think of establishing vocational schools, even if it is in every district, so that these people will have themselves trained. And looking at the kind of youth that we have today, and the fact that most of them are so engrossed in this business of betting, I don't think that for them, our future is not too bright if you are to rely on our youth, because they are too anxious to get money. I mean, this mentality of getting rich quickly. I mean, we should disabuse their minds of this so that we can get the best out of our youth. Gradually, they should be discouraged. Okay, they should be discouraged. Initially, we thought that this betting tax was to create a fund and get them some jobs to do, but I don't know how this government is going to handle the issue of discouraging this betting thing. And most of these betting companies should not have it easy registering in Ghana. We should put some kind of restrictions, okay? Because the rate at which we are having these companies is just too alarming. We should discourage them.
I don't believe in educating students in class and just telling them what to do. I believe in do make a see. And I think for the longest of time, or for the longest of period, our youth have been observing politicians. And most of the time they say that, oh, the more you get into politics, you just get rich. So you see that even mostly in our universities, most of these students come out and straight into politics. And well, I know politics is now his job, it's full-time job because of the nature of the activity they engage in, helping the development of the nation. But is that all we can do to develop Ghana? Is it just going into mainstream line partisan politics, or there is something that they can do? So we cannot just talk it away that, oh, let's erode their minds of getting rich quick. There's nothing wrong with getting rich quick. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. It is a means of getting there that becomes problematic. So, Prof, I don't know what you think of it.
Yeah, I mean, we have to build a country that's based on character and values, that people cherish. People wake up knowing that there's dignity in hard work, but also that we create an economy where when you work hard, there will be rewards. People should be given the opportunity. I think the other thing is we completely have to move away from thinking that, oh, finish school and everybody wants to come and work in the public sector. We have to encourage more young people to get into setting up businesses, but that also comes with removing the impediment to starting businesses in this country, ensuring that the economy is working well, the macro environment is stable. That way, if people are starting...
You have even mentioned boosting domestic demand using the 24-hour economy. So what are they going to do to boost domestic demand? And this government has also mentioned labor exports. I don't know if you remember.
So I think, the 24-hour economy and the domestic demand is central, because you can give all the incentives to businesses to operate 24 hours. If there's no demand for what they are producing, it's mute.
Yeah.
In any case, if we've had businesses that used to run 24 hours, like the timber industry in Kumasi when I was growing up. Nobody told them to operate 24 hours. If they know that there's demand for what they are producing,
they will.
And they cannot meet their demand without expanding their operation period, they will automatically do that. So I think focusing on generating demand, government is the biggest purchaser in the economy. If the government is directing all of us to buy what is made in Ghana, we are generating jobs within our own country, and we are saving our currency. So I think now making that connection, connecting the 24-hour economy to something more concrete. And, it was interesting to hear the finance minister says he came with a Ghana-made bag. And I'm sure some people were shouting, well, perhaps you should have come with a Ghana-made attire.
The jackets. In fact, I thought same in my head when
so I think, we need to start from there, encouraging Ghanaians to buy made in Ghana.
Considering the fact that we're in March.
But exactly. But it's not just encouraging. You see, it's easier for the government to show by action, but tell us, you and I, when we have earned our salary at the end of the month, it's difficult for the government to tell us, buy made in Ghana or don't buy made in Ghana. Okay. But our taxes, our collective revenues, the government can decide that, no, we want to use it to support Ghanaian businesses. So I think that is in the right direction, connecting it also to the import taxation strategy that the finance minister mentioned.
Let's engage Geoffrey Okanse. He's still on Zoom with us. So to give us his final remarks, and then we can wrap up peacefully. Mr. Okanse. Can you hear me, sir? Hello, Mr. Okanse.
Please unmute your the mic on your computer.
Okay, I think
I've done that.
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Great.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
And something saddened my heart. I don't know if you paid attention to it. The former Deputy Minister of Finance was there in Parliament, and then when they were holding the press conference, when the former Minister of Finance was actually poo-pooing the sanitary pads for girls, she was there and she was laughing. This is something I've advocated for years. This is something, if there are agenda advocates in this country, they need to write a letter to her. I was surprised that when her colleagues were downplaying the free sanitary pads to girls in basic schools and secondary schools, she was standing there and laughing. If you knew the number of girls in our villages, in our cities, who miss classes hours because when there is that time of the month, their parents are not able to afford sanitary pads for them, they soil themselves, and if she knows the classes hours, some of these girls miss for a whole week or 4 or 5 days, and she was laughing alongside her colleagues. I am so disappointed. Now, on the issue of the growth rate that was spoken about, I think Prof should also clarify more for us that the growth was in the mining sector, and when the minister was talking about, was presenting the budget, he mentioned Galamsey. Now, when you look at the Galamsey and the gold menace, we are losing farmlands to Galamsey. We all should know that. So the growth in the mining sector, where majority of these mining activities in the small scale level and then illegal mining was taking the fall, many of Ghanaians are not in that sector. We should note there's a growth, but how many Ghanaians are involved in the Galamsey or the mining trade? That is one thing. So it will bring the growth, but the number of people who are involved are less. Who is funding and taking the profits from that sector are foreigners. Majority of the profits that come from there are repatriated, right from the large-scale mining to the small-scale mining. The benefits that come from it, majority of the profits are repatriated. So again, you are losing your farmlands, cocoa lands, you are losing your agricultural lands, and they are entering into the rivers. The farmers along the river beds are also losing their farming activities. You are losing all this, but you are talking to me about a growth in mining sector activities. So you should be thinking about that and know that even though you are seeing a buoyant figure rise from activities of mining, it is actually destroying your agricultural activities. Look, we are in a country now, you are importing rice, you are importing poultry, and even for rice alone, you are importing about $300 million worth of rice. You are importing poultry, tomato, onions, and now today, we are told we are importing kontomire as well. My brother, my sister, listen to ourselves. Basic things like this you are importing, you are not food sufficient. That is why when you hear the issue of Feed Ghana in this budget, you should be happy and monitor it and ensure that government goes ahead with it. Now, finally, I'll talk about some of the things that have been introduced that makes me happy. I mean, the LEAP increment is also good. It's a social net initiative. The Feed Ghana is also good. The Women's Bank. Look, the most single-parent homes in Ghana are run by women. You can try to deny that fact, but the majority of people in the informal sector, where you are expecting the taxes to come from, there are women there than men, and most of them are the ones that you need to give them some support. So you need to be happy that introduction of this women bank is coming in. And also, I think for me, finally, on the issue of the taxation of the betting issue, you realize that when your colleague was interviewing the gentleman, he spoke about employment. So we thought that this tax was, and then I think Doc also mentioned that he was expecting that the taxes from the betting were going to be used to create jobs. That's exactly what some of us have been preaching, that you should leave the betting tax there, and then when you recoup from that one, you can use that one to create this skills training for these young men who may not have progressed beyond maybe the basic education. Your colleague again asked him that all these opportunities created, how do you take advantage of it? You realize he didn't have an answer. because you need to train them, give them some skills. If it's about phone repair, it takes about 4 to 6 months to know how to repair phones, repair television, and the rest. If you can do that one for them by taking the monies from the betting taxes and ensuring that while you are actually creating some buffer fund to handle those who will be stressed mentally, and then you can handle the health aspect of it. Those who are not getting the jobs to do, when you collect from the betting tax, there's the little money you get, you go and introduce it into skills training for them so that we get some of them to get jobs to do.
Right.
That's what I think we should do.
Right.
But Anya, I want you to really take up the issue about this sanitary pads issue. We've been there before.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting observation you raise. None of us,
I'm sad. I'm
sad. That. Yes, I even feel guilty as a girl. I didn't even see that.
Yes,
but thank you for raising it. So we're grateful. I'm sure we can focus on that subsequently. Thank you for that point. I'm actually hosting her, God willing, next week Monday. On Good Morning Ghana, and I'm sure I will give her the opportunity to respond to it. I'm sure it will come up. Thank you for making that point there. So we're wrapping up. We're done. We're done.
Right. I think what we have all said is so far so good. For me, I think it's early days yet. I spoke about the political will. We've seen this before. We saw that with Ufriata when he mounted the platform in 2017.
Why did I feel like you were mentioning my name? Sorry.
I've seen the social media name that you have acclaimed for yourself. So,
I'm sorry.
Of course, we've seen it before, but you saw how Furiata came down. We are not predicting that for Ato Forsen. We are wishing him well and praying, but I am waiting for the media review budget. That's when we can actually see signs or actuals of what's been happening. But so far, I'm happy about what's been said and how he intends to run the economy. There were a few things I was looking out for, and he still mentions that there's the need for about 10.45 billion cedis to push up in the banking sector, even after the crisis management. I would want to be seeing the management of the cocoa.
Spent already 30 points.
Yes, after the amounts.
30.1.
Yes, I want to see the management of the cocoa sector as well, the debt levels in there. I want to see the management of the energy sector. And then finally, properly on job creation, I want to see specific roadmaps and how many numbers of jobs per what number, what is the data, what's the timelines, because that's the focus of the young people in the country, us in the country. That's what we want to see. But I'm happy about the fact that he literally, not entirely, runs away from too much specificity on the macros, but talks about a lot more of the micros and how we would see money in our pockets.
That's Kwesi Botche style, practical. Anyway, we'll wrap up here.
Right.
So we just want to say a big thank you to Professor Patrick Suming, who is an economist. He was here with us in the studio, and also Daniel Sabote, economist as well, and a lecturer, and Geoffrey Okansi, a tax analyst, also joined us via Zoom. Daniel, you are a doctor, no? Almost. We wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Annie Fampofa, and I was here, of course, with my colleague. Let's say free. Kwesi will be here when? Thursday. Okay, I'll be here tomorrow. Kwesi will be here Thursday. I'll come back Friday. The analysis will continue before we get to your media.
Before we get to it, obviously.
Thanks for watching, viewers.
Right.
Hi viewers, how well are you informed about the general knowledge of the world? Current affairs, history, English, sports and more. Introducing the Metro King Show. Who said it always seems impossible until it is done? George. Martin Luther King Jr. Forget the money.
Considered by Nelson Mandela.
William, 3 points for you and another 30 Ghana cedis. Currently, Africa's highest paid footballer. William.
Mohamed Salah.
Forget the money. All right, forget the money.
Former Man City player, Riyad Mahrez. More money for your wallet.
Over to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Metro Quiz Show.
Hello, Abby girl.
Shemina, because of love, make you no see me, Abby.
I don't get.
Maybe you and Jerry are sitting at the enter house.
Jerry is out of town. Hey, let me call you back later, please.
You're doing me
Oh my god.
So you like it?
I love it, baby. I love you so much. I'm so happy.
you've gone to work. I haven't. Beauty. Yes. Come here. What is it? I'm late for this. I said come here. What? I'm not taking your perfume. I thought you did not say that you did. Whose perfume are you wearing? I'm not wearing any perfume. It's just my natural body odor. You must be insane. My expensive perfume is oozing all over you, and you have the guts to tell me it's your natural body odor. No, but you use just a small like that. I sprayed now. Beauty, you are being consumed with frivolities, and that's not what I want for you. When you start working, you'll be able to afford all these things you take without my permission. Okay, emphasis being on when, past, now, present. Can you just allow me to live my youthful life? Time goes back. But for the fact that I discovered the second you left this house this morning that you stole from me. Me? If you needed money, why didn't you just ask me? Meg, what are you talking about now? You are a chronic liar and an unrepentant thief. I give you 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes to produce the 30,000 naira that you stole from me this morning. I did not take your money. I didn't take your money. I don't know why I'm wasting my time. What are you doing now? What are you doing? Meg, this is not fair. This is... What are you looking for now? Stop this now. This harassment. No. Don't touch my bag. Don't touch my bag. No. Sit up. So what was your excuse again? That you didn't steal from me? No, speak. I'm listening. Talk now. Who owns this? Whose is it? Okay. I actually saw this along the way, and as a good Samaritan, I decided to just... Shut up! You know, I saw that guy leaving my house, but I had to confirm my suspicions. Beauty, so you not only lie to me and disrespect me and even steal from me, but you also bring your boyfriends into my house? Oh, so this is why you refuse to stay with Mama and Papa, right? So you can turn my house into a brothel. I'm sorry now. You will be sorry. Can't mistake this one now. Oh no, I should have hidden the money somewhere else. Thank you. Hi. I'm so sorry I kept you waiting. No problem. I was busy with the presentation for a client.
No, it's all good. It's what you do. Because I'm here to have a very good conversation with you. A serious one.
Serious conversation. I hope there's no problem.
There is a problem in case you've not noticed. And I want to start by asking you a serious question. I'm begging to be honest with me.
Leo, what is it?
Are you still interested in this relationship?
Leo, why are you asking me this kind of question?
Then why are you acting as if you don't care?
What do you mean?
Meg, listen, it took me 6 good months to convince you to be with me. We are 3 months in this relationship and you've refused to know my house. You don't even know where I stay. Neither do I know yours.
Leo.
Let me finish. The only time I spend time with you is either I come to your office or we hang out at the restaurant or we'll talk on phone, which you rarely pick up or even call. Meg, what is happening?
Leo, but I told you my story. I'm only being cautious.
That he dated a man for 6 years and he ditched you for another lady. And so what? He doesn't deserve you. It is his loss. That is in the past. You have to move on with your life and stop punishing me for the sins of your ex. Because we all have ex stories, right?
Okay, Leo, I've heard you. I guess I'll just have to try and adjust.
Promise. I love you. I still do.
Whoa!
Sorry about that.
That's fine. That's okay. Wow. Let this be our little secret. Come. Yes. I see something, I go for it. I don't do the usual cliche man hunt woman thing. Our little secrets, yes. Hey, hon.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Nice place you got.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, what can I offer you?
Homemade meal. I can't remember the last time I had one.
Yeah, well, you're in luck. I have just the thing, but I have to heat it up.
Let's go there. Go there.
Babe, check this out. I learned the event is going to be huge. We should attend.
I'm not sure I can, honestly. You know how my sister is now. It's like a stumbling block in my life.
How?
Look at me now. At my age and my exposure, my sister still treats me like I'm 13 years old.
That is because you let her. And you depend on her. Once you become independent and you start making your own money, she will respect you.
But how am I supposed to earn respect and be independent when I don't have any source of income?
You need men to take care of you, so you don't have to depend on her. And you also need to stop hanging around that Jerry of a guy. That hardly has your time.
You know, not even you can stop me from seeing Jerry. I love him. I love Jerry.
Listen, girl. One man cannot take care of a girl. You need men in your life.
Speaking of which, a man came to see my sister yesterday. Oh my god, he is tripping hard.
Did you get his contact?
Girl, I kissed him and then I gave him a number.
You are growing so fast.
Yes, girl.
I like that.
Thank you.
Hey, Meg, that reminds me.
Yeah?
How is Leo?
Leo. Well, he's a perfect gentleman and he treats me like a queen. We're getting along very well.
I mean, that's good to know. So, did you finally remove the visitation embargo?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I spent the weekend at his place and he comes to mine quite frequently.
Wait. Hold on, girl. You mean you spent the weekend in his place? Wait, did you guys
don't get any funny ideas.
Well, you see, I am so happy for you. You just have to be very, very careful as you can never be.
I will be. Anyway, how is your hunt for a baby daddy going?
Meg, the all-comprising love as usual. That's the cliche. And you know, men, now once you fall, they would demand total submission or they try to compel you.
Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being submissive to your man.
Meg,
what?
I am not ready. I am not ready to try that again with any man. No, I've learned my lesson. What I just want right now is children. Maybe 1 or 2, and after that, the guy can go to blazes for all I care. Yes!
Sister, it's not fights now. Sorry. Don't be angry.
Please. Not ready.
Your boat, man.
You just leave me. I don't think I'm ready for that, girl.
Come in.
Hey, sis.
Hi.
I just wanted to let you know I won't be coming back home tomorrow.
Why?
You've forgotten.
What?
It's my birthday tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I did forget.
It's okay. I understand you're very busy.
Anyway, how are you celebrating and with who?
Well, I just want to have a little get together with my girlfriends. That's all.
You mean your boyfriend?
I don't have a boyfriend though.
I forgot. The one you brought to my house the other day is your man friend. Anyway, what do you want for your birthday?
Something like, anything good, anything nice.
Okay. Remind me in the morning, I'll give you some money so you can take your friends out for drinks. But you have to be careful.
Of course, I promise, I'll be careful. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night. Tomorrow is not my birthday. It's today. I hate it that you're so forgetful about my birthday. Only 200k. 200k. 200,000 naira will not be enough for me to buy the things that I want to buy now. Why are you always so stingy with me when it comes to money? What is it when it's time for you to unclasp my bra and do all those terrible things to me? You can do them so easily. You know what? Just send the 200k already. Just send it. Whatever. Thank you. Bye. Bad energy.
Hey, darling.
Happy birthday once again.
Your text made my day.
I'm glad you liked it.
I loved it. It's so sad that you're not in town. You had to go for business. I would have spent the day cuddled up in your arms, just kissing you and reminiscing you. Baby, I miss you so much.
Look, babe, I miss you more than words can describe. I kind of imagine some wonderful moments if I was there with you right now.
Oh my god, that would have been so electrifying. Hurry up and come back to me, Joe. I can't wait to do all those things to you, you know now.
Look, I'll be back before you can say Jack Robinson.
Jack Robinson.
Oh God. But babe, look, I have to go right now. Duty calls. Love you.
Yeah. I was beginning to wonder if you were checking up first using the toilet.
So tell me something. What kind of man in his right mind want to jerk off when he has someone like you?
I wonder. Don't you get tired? So, you said you wanted to speak to me about something. What's up?
Babe, my business is, I'm having a problem in my business. And there's some Chinese spare parts that I need to bring in. But the problem is that they want me to pay 2/3 of the money deposit. I only have money.
So, how much are we looking at?
45 million. I have 15, so I need to try and raise another 15.
Baby, I don't have that kind of money.
I know, but I was thinking, with your influence in the bank, you can help me secure a loan and I'll pay it back.
Do you have collateral?
I can drop this house. Look, I don't mind. It's quick cash, and once I turn over, there's going to be money everywhere. And guess what? We can start planning our wedding.
Yeah.
So?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll get it for you before the week is over.
Baby, that's why
I love you too. I love you so much.
Thanks, babe.
Peter, how are you? Open the gate.
Oga said I cannot open gate for anybody.
What do you mean Oga said you shouldn't open it?
For anybody. Where you dey go? Where you dey go? You said I cannot open it.
Move out of my way.
Yeah, hello? Hello? What? What's the problem? Where is she now? You must be mad. Your sister is here. Help wherever you can, alright? How are you? What's up? How are I mean, how are you? You look beautiful.
Why wouldn't Peter let me in? And why were you not taking my calls last night?
Oh, babe, I was messed up last night. I was drunk, so I didn't know when all that were happening. I'm sorry.
Leo, what's going on?
Nothing. Come on, babe, let's go downstairs and let's go and chillax on the couch and have some fun. Babe, let's go downstairs. Let's have fun. Calm down. Babe. That may be Jessica's. My friend Tony was here with his girlfriend, so it's possible she left that. Baby, it's nothing, alright?
That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life. Whatever this is, I promise you, you will suffer.
No, Meg.
If it's on your mind, it's best to talk about it. I mean, ever since I got back from my night out with the girls, my birthday bash, you've had this sad look, this long face like the world is coming to an end. What's wrong? Sis, what's the problem?
It's Leo.
Leo? What about Leo?
He didn't want to talk to me last night. I was at his place this afternoon and he was acting funny. Then I went into his bedroom and I saw a girl's underwear on the floor.
Oh my God! I could have sworn that guy is an angel. Like he can't even hurt a fly.
You're joking! Leo? No way. Man, I should have believed my friend Lisa when she said all those things she said about him.
Wait, what did she say?
No, sis, let's forget about that. No, forget about it. No.
I mean, sis, I want to know. Tell me.
No, let's... Look, the other day, I was walking Lisa out, and they kind of like had this spark, like they knew each other. So after Leo got in and I saw Lisa off, she said something. Sis, don't worry about it, I beg.
Tell me now, I need to know. What happened? Tell me.
See, bottom line is, he's a cheat. A liar. Look, as at the time he was dating you, he was dating Lisa's sister. He was even hitting on me.
What? And you didn't tell me.
Tell you? Tell you. Sis, we're always bickering and arguing. You don't even trust me.
You should have told me now.
Really?
You didn't tell me.
Oh, sis, stop it now. I don't want to hurt you. Sis, just stop it. Just stop. Don't do this to yourself. He's not worth it. See, a better man will come. A better man will come for you. Just stop it. It's okay.
You should have told me.
Stop it now. See, you're hurting yourself. That's why I didn't want to tell you. Stop.
Get out of my office. Get out!
Please calm down. Please calm down and hear me out. Please. I'm sorry for everything. Meg, I need you. Ever since you left me, I have had this terrible feeling of guilt in my heart. Please forgive me.
Oh. I should forgive you. Yes, sorry. As if sorry magically erases everything that you have done. Leo, you asked me to trust you. You asked me to love you. And I did. But what did I get? Leo, you hurt me. And then to make matters worse, my sister's friend reports that you have been cheating on me. With her sister. And then you've been flirting with my sister. I mean, what kind of person are you?
Is that what she told you? Do you really want to hear the truth?
And what truth can possibly come out of your mouth?
The underwear you saw in my house belongs to your sister. Yes. I know there is no justification for what I have done. But since your sister has decided to snitch on us simultaneously, she needs to be stopped. Your sister started making advances on me right under your roof.
Get out of my office. You get the hell out of my office.
No, you have to believe me.
Hey sis, good evening. Are you okay?
How long have you been sleeping with Leo? The underwear on his bedroom floor. Who did he belong to?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's honestly, I'm sorry.
I hate you.
Sister, don't say that.
And whatever it is that binds us together, right now, I denounce it.
Please let me explain.
Beauty, get up.
I don't know what got over me.
Turn around. Get out of my house and don't come back. I said get up turn around, get out of my house, and don't come back. Get out of my house!
Hey, please no, please no.
I'm starting your prostitution. I refuse to continue to have a low-life backstabbing bitch like you. Just get out of my house! I don't even care where you go, just get out! Bitch.
Meg, I said I'm sorry, no. I don't know what happened. Oh, please, I'm sorry, please. Meg. Oh, what are you going to me? Meg, please just 1 minute. Please just come out for one. Meg.
Meg, you know, as if I knew it. You know, these men are not worth your heart at all.
But he was such a gentleman. How was I supposed to know? And even if Beauty was throwing herself at him, couldn't he have reported her to me? Or even resisted her advances?
You know, Meg, history has never been proven wrong. I mean, in all ages, times and climates, men are all the same everywhere. Wolf in sheep clothing. You know, always looking for the mixed sheep like you and the desperate ones like your sister to pounce on. Man, I just hope you've learned your lesson.
No, trust me, I have learned my lesson. The hard way.
You know, give it time, you will heal.
Oh, Busola, that's what you keep saying. That's all I keep hearing. Why does this keep happening to me? I always give my best in every relationship. So now look at me now. I need to settle down. Sometimes I just feel like I made a very big mistake letting Lucas go when he proposed to me.
No, Meg, you didn't. Huh? You didn't. That was then. You didn't even know your direction in life.
Yeah, look at me now. Just look at me. With all the direction and success one could possibly want. But yet I can't find anyone to marry me. I need to be married. I need to have children.
Meg, as far as I'm concerned, marriage is not for everyone.
Metro TV, insightful and inspiring moments.
me. Yes, you yama. Oh, so da da. Yeah, mausu, yummy. Yes, you yama. Oh, so da da. Why you be? My yeah. Yes, you yama. Oh, so that why you be, my yeah. Yes, you yama. Oh, so that yeah, my soul, yummy. Yes, you yama. Oh, so da. Yeah, my soul, yummy. Yes, you yama. Oh, so da. Why you be? Done enough for me. Oh, so say yeah, I will soon. For you to say the Lord, say yeah, I will soon. Yeah, I will soon. Yes, you, yeah. Say, please, say why. I say that bocho, I say that bafu, kwa ofra tamni mama mene moshe, ebra me se me hwe what say, ebra dia mani ani dia ni abra titi upon someone ani dia I say that bocho, I say that bafu, ma say that bocho, ma ya
Father, we are ready to receive your touch.
We are ready to receive from you. Our hearts are ready. Whatever we are praying for, just touch us, Lord. I am the woman with the issue of blood. Lord, I have come to touch the hem of your garment. I need your touch, for your touch make me whole. I need your touch, for your touch make me whole. God of miracles, signs and wonders, oh, God of miracles, do it again. God of miracles, signs and wonders, oh, God of miracles, do it again.
I am the woman with the issue of blood.
Lord, I have come,
Lord, I have come
to touch the hem of your garment. I need your touch.
I need your touch.
I believe your touch will make me whole. I need your touch.
I need your touch. For your touch will make me whole.
Somebody cry, God of miracles, signs and wonders. Tonight we need your miracles. Do it. Some God of miracles, signs and wonders. Tonight we need your miracles.
The blind man called Bartimaeus.
Help me sing,
Lord, I have come
to receive my touch.
to receive my sight.
Father, I need your touch.
I need your touch.
Because I believe
For
your touch will make me whole. I need your touch.
I need your touch. For your touch will make me
third in the Trinity. Come live in my heart. It is your home. And Holy Spirit, the voice of the Father, speaking to my life. I am yours. So take upon my emotions and rule speaking to my life. I am yours. So think about my emotions and rule about my intentions. Lord, I am yours. Now break me and remove me, rule upon my heart. Jesus, I am yours. Think about my emotions and rule upon my intentions. Oh God, 'cause I am yours. Break me and remove me, Lord, rule upon my heart. Jesus, I am
Emily. I dedicate this song to my dear father, Pastor Abraham Adede Boateng. Your labor will not be in vain. Amen. I'm burdened, heavy laden. Remember God's promise for you. Your breakthrough is on the way. Never give up, for He's with you always. Burdened, heavy laden. Remember God's promise for you. Your breakthrough is on the way. Never give up, for He's with you always. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. I then I walk up with Christiani. Just trust the Lord, your God. Ignore my best, I preoccupy. Tomorrow, my son, you will shine. And then I walk up with Christiani. Trust the Lord, your God. Ignore my best, I preoccupy. Tomorrow, by this time, you shine. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Never give up. Your enemies will scatter. Watch no summer when you bet it. When you bet it, when you bet it. Never give up. Your enemies will scatter. Watch no summer when you bet it. When you bet it, when you bet it. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, my son, there will be joy. When you young, when you bet your big time, oh, watch no summer when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, I'm one day. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Tomorrow, when you bet it. Still Emily. When you bet it. When you bet it.
One could to know why I do. One sorry no all man. If we say, oh, good to know why I do. One sorry, no, all man.
More than 80% of global trade is carried by sea. Most of the products we consume daily travel through ports, making them a key link in the global supply chain. The Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority is committed to ensuring the enhancement, resilience and sustainability of port infrastructure and maritime trade. Get to know which vessel is bringing your goods, how much duty you are required to pay and how quickly you can clear your goods from the ports of Ghana. We ask the relevant questions and elicit responses from the appropriate authorities. We interact with you via our social media platforms and put your queries across to the expert. Iron Port shows this and every Sunday live on Metro TV at 5:30 p.m. Iron Port is proudly brought to you by and powered by the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. Iron Port, transparency in doing business and building a nation.
The PL Show is brought to you by Kel Chaco, Kel 360 and Kel Kicks Toothpaste.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of the Kel Toothpaste PL Show, made possible by Kel 360, Kel Kit and Kel Charcoal. With Kel, every smile matters. Today's edition is a rather exciting one because it's been a long week and an exciting week as well. I bet your holidays were good. Happy Independence Day, I should say. 67 years of Ghana's independence. We say our independence, our pride has been our theme. Whilst we celebrate our Ghana month and our Independence Day, or some call it our Heritage Month, have you eaten Ghana this week? Have you grown Ghana?